kaofela tsona. And then but on a positive note, gospel ya Limpopo in Kazazang, it direct. Ya go KZN or some Gauteng, a di tshwane. Some Gauteng ke gospel ne, mara ena le scam pe ka mohara, understand? Or mara ba ke gospel e jwa ke na le scam pe. Ha ba itseba. Ba sheshe ba hle o entse wena. Inkosi ngizwe. Oh, ha. Ah, inkosi. Understand? Mara ya go Limpopo it direct. If Maria o jile perekisi ke album ntho. Ashule Maria o jile perekisi. We jile. Aye, then again ha ha ha. Oh ha perekisi ha. Mara ke Limpopo because think about it. You know how to design us to think of what? KZN. So o tla voice ite Limpopo wena. Go Limpopo. Ona voice go Limpopo. Go Limpopo. Ona bo hawa. Mo bo ke bo wa Rix re ke ke le botse ka modimo. Hosana. Then ke le Lesotho. Lesotho ha mpo re tshwana le Limpopo. Hanyane fela hanyane. Go fela bona o bona ka seledu fela. Se ke seledu sa ko Lesotho se. Se so. Ela ndade ha le fila fela mona re dutse fela ndade ke modimo. Jesu Kriste moluki wa maphelo a ona. Mara tla Lesotho le bona. Nkara bana leme kapa. Nkara ba kentse fa Vaseline ka mo. Be ba bua le mela thella fela ya na le ka le fela ba. Etsa bang. But on the positive note, out about the CEO the contract ya fail. Re ke tsone pele ka program before kicking number 13. Okay, moving right along. Okay, Reto Oyako, the master class on pitching, presenting a market. So as not a presenter. So Kito Visa the facilitators are rona. They're very brilliant and amazing. Kitsona, Zetlo taking over from this point. Oyako pele. So I can say letla ashara the speaker ko pele la dula lena mole. So na ya ka fella mo. Over to you. The speaker se ke Miss Karabo Mokhosi le Mr. Marabe M Ditshego. Ko para ba shapele matsoho ha ba ya ko staging.
Good morning. How's everyone doing? Awesome. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Karabo Mukhosi and welcome to the DYF Day 2 in Gauteng. All right, are you guys excited to be here? Awesome. When actually my CEO was saying something, just to, give a highlight about what happened yesterday, there is a quote I love personally, and it says, if I can see it, I can have it. But in order for me to have it, I have to work towards it. And what I got from yesterday personally was, it's something else when you're at home and you're watching people are saying, I made it, but it's something else to be in their presence, to be right in front of them and to see them. And that for me was so inspirational to see a billionaire right in front of me. I was like, hey, girl, this thing is possible, So that was one thing for me, which I took, that it's possible and I can see it. But for me, to be able to get there, I've got to work towards it. And that's what my CEO also emphasized, the fact that it takes time. So for all those who are here today, the startups, young people with dreams and visions like myself, I'm just saying that it's not impossible. Even for a girl who's from Limpopo, I'm not from here, that it's not impossible. It is possible. It's just hard work and time. Okay, so thank you so much and welcome again. Hopefully you'll be inspired, motivated, but above all, you'll learn something from this.
Indeed, Karabo, I myself was very inspired as well. I think yesterday was a great opportunity for everybody who was in attendance. The speakers were excellent. There were so many insights shared about the 4IR. I understand the 4IR much better than I did yesterday, but I'm extremely excited about today more than anything. I think today we are actually going to get specialists in particular fields. We are having master classes on particular topics. So I think today, guys, really take your notes, take down all the insights and ask as many questions as possible. So without wasting any further time, I'll invite Mr. Mighty Mabule to come to the stage for our masterclass on pitching, presenting, and market development. Can you guys give a warm round of applause for Mr. Mighty Mabule? Yeah.
Oh, that's fine. Good morning, colleagues. Le guy behind. Hey, ke tshaba le go bolela Sepedi jwale ka mokgwa. Ke bolele mona ge.
Bolela.
Mara sa maruri di amara. Ke bolele ne. Le tiele dije. No ke a lebo. Leina la ka ke Mighty Mabule. I come from a company called Mabule International. Ke thabela go ba mo. Ke leboga ha ke memilwe gore ke tle ke boledišane le lena ka ja business. Right? Ba sa re lokišetša di-slides mola. Sharp. Yes. Ke filwe fela 1 hour. Right, to facilitate this session, to talk to you about market development, pitching, and presenting. And if you look at those items there, so pitching, you can do it more than a day if you want to do practicals as well, presenting as well. Market development, you can even do it for a week. So I was just advised for a please press or press even more hour. Right? As introduced, this is what we do. We are expert in SMME development. We've been growing small business for the past 16 years. Some of our clients are in the retail store. Some of our clients are exporting. Some of our clients are service providers to different companies. So, Baba Nsi Bale Namo, le Baba Nsi, the colleague for IR, that's from other areas. Am I using this one, my brother, or you are controlling it from there? Okay. But it's gone now. Yes, we are experienced SMME growth specialist, business development company with over 16 years of experience in developing entrepreneurs across various industries. Technology, manufacturing, agriculture, engineering, automotive, and so on and so forth. So I've been coaching and mentoring many SMMEs in the technology space, many SMMEs in the agro-processing space. Some of our clients are suppliers of Food Lovers Market. Some of them are service providers and suppliers to Pick n Pay and ShopRite, and so on and so forth. So we are very passionate about socio-economic development that we're all looking forward to, because I strongly believe that we don't really appreciate South Africa that we live in. We don't really appreciate South Africa that we live in. Poverty is very rampant. You have families that sleep on empty stomach. You have kids that are in the street that are not finding any employment after completing their qualifications. Correct? You have a lot of young people that are just around the township, not knowing what to do, hopeless. So we are very passionate about poverty eradication, because in my opinion, in my understanding, I think one of the enemies of poverty is entrepreneurship. That's why we love entrepreneurship, because I strongly believe that if we get entrepreneurship right, we can actually address many socioeconomic challenges facing South Africa. Because through entrepreneurship, you can deal with hunger. Through entrepreneurship, you can deal with poverty. Through entrepreneurship, you can deal with unemployment. So I'm very happy to speak to young people that are in this space, because you guys are the future. And we would like to thank 4IR and other incubators for the opportunity. Many of you are not aware that the opportunities that we get in this country, you don't find them in other African countries. So maybe somebody thinking, no, we're entitled to this. No, this is our own PEE. So we need to appreciate and be thankful to the opportunities that we found for IR, because it's through that we can make South Africa a better place. So our clients entails DBS Enterprise Development. We advise and coach and train some of the entrepreneurs under DBS Enterprise Development, Saika Enterprise Development, Innovation Hub, Ole Kasi Labs, Garantua, Mabopane, Soweto, Jwalo, Business, Gibela Business Incubators also outlined, Riversend, Text Innovation, and so on and so forth. This is our services, self and personal mastery. Statistics indicate all the time that between 70 and 80% of the business that start failing the first 3 years. And I've been wondering, and I've been asking myself this simple question: why are we having high failure rate? Because if you look at the support that we get in this country, if you just imagine how many billions are spent on enterprise development, you will realize that no. We are not supposed to be experiencing the high failure rate. Because we have incubators, we have CEDAs, we have GAPs, we have NYDAs, we have enterprise development programs that put billions and billions of rand. So there's billions and billions of rand under the ESD program in the whole ecosystem, but you still have 70 to 80% of the high failure rate. Now we developed a tool that we used to arrive at the conclusion where we're saying entrepreneurs fail because there's lack of self and personal mastery. You have entrepreneurs that don't know themselves. You have entrepreneurs that don't know where they're going. Or I started construction, construction. Or I did a catering, catering. Or I did a security, security. So we fail to realize a special gift that we were given. We fail to identify our area of passion. When you ask young people, what are you passionate about? What is it that you have? Very special. Yes, and you can Google that you think you can use to change the world. You don't find it. So we realize that lack of self and personal mastery is actually an impediment to entrepreneurial success in the country. That's why we have high failure rate. So it doesn't matter how many millions you give entrepreneurs, they still fail. Numbers don't lie. So that's the reason why we developed that. So we offer a course on self and personal mastery to incubators, and we always encourage those that are in corridors of power to say, before you incubate entrepreneurs, please work on the self and personal mastery models, so that they are able to actually identify their areas of passion. Because otherwise, you'll find entrepreneurs that are following the crowd, and CEO will spend millions and millions of them, but not experience any success story. Because there's this special thing that they have that is not on Google, that they are not actually going into. Right? And I want to emphasize this one. And I want to emphasize this one. The rest is the stuff that you know is on Google. But the only thing that is not on Google is yourself. It's your talent. It's your passion. Something that you have been given that is very special is what is not on Google. Right? Business skills training, mentorship, market development, funding facilitation, inspirational talks on various topics. We get invited by different incubators, different chamber of commerce, different government department, different players in the ecosystem to come and speak to entrepreneurs and share with them our experience. These are our clients, and I've already indicated we're part of Comensa. We're accredited with Institute of Business Advisors, Chartered Institute of Logistics. We have MILT from UK. We're services accreditation. This is some of our clients, just few of them. This company is called LabMap. We moved it from 0 to over 2 million. It was run by an engineer working for an American company. And he said, I want to start the business. We said, no, you're in the right place at Mabula International. Go on Google and say LabMap. Now the company, now as I'm speaking, is owned by somebody like you, an African from the rural area, servicing medical equipment across the continent. His clients are countries. Today he'll be in Cameroon, tomorrow in Ghana, tomorrow in Tanzania, and so on and so forth. What makes us different? Broad knowledge of SMME development. We have been doing this for the past 16 years. We have tools and skills to assist entrepreneurs to discover themselves, right? And I've said a lot about self and personal mastery. We have practical knowledge and experience in various industries. The advantage of working with us is that we don't only, I never started business. My honors was in criminology. And if you know, criminology is about crimes and police and prisons. But along the way, I discovered myself and said, this is not me. I can't be a social scientist. Now, many of the things that I'll talk to you about, I did them practical, not in the class. So whatever that I'm telling you about. So if you're an academic here, please, I apologize in advance. I'm not going to talk about those academic stuff, 5 Ps and so on and so forth. I'll talk about practical challenges that we're facing and solutions that I personally came, right? Katsona, in collaboration with other experienced players in the field. So we have practical knowledge and experience in various industries, manufacturing, logistics. I've been in the freight forwarding space. I've been logistics, I've been manufacturing. So when we advise and coach our entrepreneurs, we talk to them about practical things that we actually experienced, as opposed to textbook approach that you get in many institutions. Yes, we have business links and networks that we've built over 16 years. So as much as we coach our mentees and advise and mentor our mentees, we connect them to different players in the ecosystem. And we provide access to local and international market. Yes, I was requested to speak to you about market development, pitching and presenting. And if you look at this topic, it can even take a week or a month. So now you can't talk about markets if you don't talk about your product and services. Correct? You must be very clear about what you are offering. Right? You can't talk about market development if you don't really know. Or you charge the services, or you charge for the products. Right? So give it a fella just the headings. Right? You can't talk about market development and market penetration if you don't have a plan in terms of how you will penetrate that market. How will I talk to my customers? How will I talk to my stakeholders? How will I elevate my brand? How will I make sure that clients know about what I do? How will I promote my services? How will I distribute whatever that I'm selling? Right? And do I really have an understanding of the person that I'm targeting? Do I have knowledge about the target market? Do you have knowledge about your own customers? Because sometimes we sell, no, regisa boroto. No. Umulumusha boroto me bravo. Because mbuzo ke target ilibuma. Ona mutwasa boroto. Right? That's the mistake that we do. No, I'm selling shoes. Umulumu apara die. That's okay. Regisa die. Right? So it's important to research about the segment that you're looking at. Right? And I'll show you how to segment your customers because the market is broad. The market is like a forest. It's a jungle. You must be able to segment your customers so that you'll identify some marketing strategies and tactics and techniques that are relevant to that particular segment. Correct? So research is important when you run a business. And I'm not talking about the research in terms of academic or scholastic programs or processes. You must be able to sit down and say, right, ke computer le mamokasi, ke ma rekisa di products ke di rekisang, ke ma offerang di service ke offerang. Right? Customer ke di targeting ke bomang. Ba kry-a neng tšhelete, ba gola neng, ba mo aging e feng, ba mo mengwageng e feng, ke targetile bo mme or ke targetile bo ntate, young and old, because those segments di na le di challenges, that's all. Re kaofela? Okay, thank you. Right? This is the ways to segment the market. You can segment the market in terms of demographic factors. Right? I'm targeting young people between the age of 18 and 35. Ke targetile batho ba bagolo between 40 and 45. Ke targetile bo mme, ke targetile bo ntate, ke targetile batho ba religion eso, right? Ke targetile middle income earners, right? One of the mentees, Ogelim Bizikayena, I think is part of us here, right? Is targeting families that are able to afford expensive or PlayStations for their kids. Because sometimes we make a mistake and say we're in gaming, right? But how level a target market or target the equipment just to participate in the sports, afford. So your marketing strategy is misguided. That's what I've discovered when I was mentoring. So you must be very clear to say, no. There's nothing wrong saying I'm targeting rich people. I'm targeting high income earners. My product is expensive. There's nothing wrong with that. So you must be very clear about your target market. You must have a better understanding of who you're targeting. Right? So you can segment your market in terms of geography, in terms of geographic segmentation. You target about Mokasi, you target about to go to Sababong, you target about to go in the rural areas, right? Or you target about to East Africa, Ke targetile botho kae kae. So you must be very clear gore batho ba targetileng ba mo kae. So that ha o sware product ya hao e nyakang batho ba go rural area wa ya ka wena go Sandton, then it is irrelevant. So you must be very sure about the geographic market segmentation factors. You can segment your market in terms of psychographic market segmentation, lifestyle, social class. Right? I'm targeting rich people. I'm targeting middle income earners. Right? I'm targeting the poorest of the poor because that's where there's a lot of poverty. Many companies start to regard poverty as a sector. That's why you have Capitex and ShopRite and others. They're targeting poor people. That's why there's a lot of money. So you need to be very clear about your social class. Right? You can look at the behavioral market segmentation, customer attitude. But everyone knows that how targeted, how to already product okay. You'll make a lot of money. Sometimes you can think you're beautiful. And say, hey,
Oh, wow.
hey, ya kgonega.
Wow.
O kra nna ke tswa Limpopo, ke go botse raisibe wa ka kwa gore banna. Ga pha le raisibe. Right? Yes. So how targeted bomme? But about it, yeah, he ke apere, yeah, he ke tlotse ka yona, I'm beautiful. Hey, you'll make a lot of money. Right? So you must be very clear. You can segment your market in terms of behavioral market segmentation, customer attitude, buying habits, and so on and so forth. So I'm saying to you, when you talk market development, how to make sure or you have a better understanding of your segment for a targeted woman. Gone are those days where you know customer. Yeah. Because your marketing strategy must be influenced by the segment that you are targeting. Not everyone will be at the robots. I made you a flyer. Not everyone is on Facebook. Not everyone is on Instagram. So the segment will actually determine the media techniques and tactics that we'll use. So be clear. I'll keep on emphasizing this one because it's the mistake that we do as entrepreneurs, thinking that this product is wearing. Give me alkaline. When no sure alkaline come gurungam pase. Ramakala price or one now. Metsi o kareng ke a pula a monna ge. Khanti wena o bolela hore no man ha swane le a mang. Right? Yes. It's not moving, brother. Yes. Now you can't talk about market development before you are very clear about your value proposition. Which problem are you solving? What makes you different from others? What is your unique selling proposition? What is your competitive advantage? What will make customers to move from this supplier and come to you? That's very important. So without value proposition, you must close the business. Because the service that you're offering, many of you, there's already players in that space. But the question is, what will make customers to move from this customer, from this supplier, and come to you? Which is the second most important factor after customer segment. So say, what makes me different, Monarish? But why was on supplier? You must really think about that. I think we'll take the questions after the presentation.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Now that you know who you are targeting, now that you have a better understanding of your customer segment, now that you have a better understanding of what makes you different, you have a better understanding on why they will move from supply A and come to you. Now you must go out and you don't just start pitching before you deal with the factors that I've indicated. You must first spend time on yourself and say, Mara, why ke rekisa? Ke compete le bo mamokasi. Why ba santse ba tlogela di supply tsa mokasi ba tle go nna? Ke eng e dirang gore ke be betere go bona di supply? If you sa gone go answer the question tseo, then emanyana pele ska start ka go pitch because ba tla go botsisa ba re mara mo se ba ba mtluli mo le selling the same product we ibile now cheaper than you, it means you did not do your research. Correct? Yeah, so one great writer called Stephen Covey, or if you are given, I think he said 8 hours, I can't remember very well. And he said, if you're given 8 hours to chop the tree, spend 7 hours sharpening the saw. So as an entrepreneur, you must spend time on yourself before you go to the public. Spend time sharpening your product, sharpening your offerings, preparing yourself properly. Don't rush just to go to the space. How many minutes am I left? Okay, sure. Yeah, it's 9 now. Right? So when you pitch, there are certain questions that you must ask yourself. What are my clients' needs and wants? Remember, entrepreneurship is about solving a problem. Right? I always differ with many experts in the field when I say entrepreneurship is not about business. Entrepreneurship is a social science. Entrepreneurship is community building. Because when you're an entrepreneur, you address a challenge, a problem that is there. So it means if you're an entrepreneur, you're a community builder. So in entrepreneurship, it means it's social work. You are working for the society. So I think you agree with me when you say we can address socio-economic challenges facing if you really pursue this entrepreneurial route. So when you pitch, you must make sure that you understand the needs of your customer. What is my value proposition? I've said a lot about it. Culture, generational group, relevant diversity group. You must look at the person that you are targeting, understand the culture that is coming from. There are some of the cultures, how FIFA, I don't know like a business. Business. But no, this one is not serious. So you need to understand that. And you can only have a clear understanding of that if you do research about your customers. How your export market one is even worse in other African countries. Because our FIFA the first 2 days is not business. But you must understand our culture. We will feel. So it's important to consider the issue of culture and generational group as well as relevant diversity. So sales pitch. I've said a lot about the problem. When you pitch, you are solving a problem. When you run a business, you're solving a problem. When you're an entrepreneur, you're a problem solver. You are a community builder. You address a challenge or a socio-economic pathology that is facing the community, and you're solving that particular problem. Right? Identify the reason why it exists. Who knows? Who who is affected by it? And also the frequency. Right? Ska fela war no, ke tshwere ke dila ka renewable energy. Solar, mara o tsebe gore load shedding ke eng, mahlaga tso chabaneng, o fihla ko o sa understand. But no, we don't have electricity problem here. Go to South Africa. No. We are fine. We're not gonna go, yeah, there's a problem across the world, load shedding. You think the world is only in South Africa. But so it's important to understand, have a clear understanding of the frequency and the extent of the problem. Presentation techniques, you must gather more information about target market. I've said about it. Appearance, be organized, be confident. 93% of messages that we convey is through non-verbal communication. So you must be very careful about your non-verbal communication. The way you look, you don't need the second chance to make the first impression. That's why the first impression lasts. So every time how we have a picture, in business we say we buy you, not the business. The business is secondary. We look at you and say, I trust you, I feel you, I can move with you. I see an entrepreneur, I see a leader. Let's move. Right? Talking and listening, questioning skills, closing skills, research skills. You must be able to indicate the features and the advantages. If you are selling this camera, you must be able to indicate the specs, to say this is advanced. So you must be able to explain those specs, those features, and the benefits as well. Features, advantages, benefits. Right? During the pitch, you must build a rapport. Ask open-ended questions. Demonstrate how the product will serve as a solution to the client's pain points. Remember, as an entrepreneur, you are dealing with the pain points of your customers. It's not for fun. It's not for fun. The customer has a problem. So when a customer is coming to you, you must see a problem that needs you to diagnose and solve. Right? Impress on the value proposition. Never bash on the competitor. Don't come and say, kaofela mo kasi mo. Ba paisita di fake sister. Ngwenya ke nna. Ne? You don't bash on the competitor. Demonstrate your team's expertise. Demonstrate your competitive advantage. Right? Pitch consideration. I've said a lot about the race, culture, ethnicity, nationality, generation, and so on. Sales pitch. Right? Explain the problem. and the buyer's experience, right? Indicated the solution that you want to offer. Now, lastly, when you pitch, after you have segmented your customer, you have your value proposition, right? You must have a sales or a pitch desk, sales pitch desk, so that you prepare yourself and rehearse it. If I'm 5 minutes presentation, can I cover these points? Right? If I'm 10 minutes, can I cover this point? So that about 5 minutes, deck how it's 10 minutes, or all more before or from an investor, but cut. It means you are not prepared. So it's important to cover those factors, identify the problem, the solution, the knowledge about your target market, right? The short competition description. You must demonstrate. If you're an investor, you must demonstrate to an investor that I did a competitive analysis. I know who I'm competing with. I know their strengths and weaknesses. This is my value proposition. This is what makes me different. This is the reason why they will buy my products and not that one. That's the reason why you must actually
There is a gentleman here.
Good morning. Okay, my name is Karabu Mutwana. I'm from Kapitani Community Project. So I heard you speaking about self-mastery. Can I equate that to personal development, as in one, for them to succeed or in entrepreneurship, they have to be personally developed in 5 different areas, namely spiritual development, social development, emotional development, or perhaps academical development and financial development. So can I equate the self-mastery to that personal development?
Yes, I agree with you. I'm fine with that. It will be much complex. a ka kry jwale he ke ne ke Google ha ke Google summary ke kry le hore no mana motho a ko tsene ko tertiary mara this guy is an award winning comedian, right? And this award winning comedian brand is growing faster than the professional side of him. Now it means this guy discovered himself in the process when he was a student. You understand? Now he's utilizing that education to influence the direction that he's taking because education is important. Correct? You're right, Musama. Right? Mara forgot about that because he said, no, let me use this education to push this thing. So not everyone should be Dr. So-and-so or Professor so-and-so. Right? Yeah. And you can still move at the end of Sana Lebu Mary Beck about Dr. So-and-so. That craft yaga without Obala the book of Sana Lebu. Apology, doctor. Yes. Yeah, get the post of that not take innovation happen. You want to put the load, the post of Saka Moga, the television say. Yeah, so that's my answer, my brother. Look at yourself, discover yourself. Why are you alive while other people are useless in this? Why are you here? What is it that makes you special that is not on Google? Right.
Give a round of applause to Mr. Mabule.
Thanks.
All right, guys, we're moving to item number 2, which is the startup journey. We'd like to call up on stage Mr. Lwazi Masipa, as well as Mr. Letofonolo Letswalo. Lwazi is online. Okay, cool. A round of applause, please.
Hi, Lwazi.
Hi. How's everyone doing? You can't hear me.
Can you please unmute Lwazi?
Okay. Can you hear me? No?
Can hear you.
Awesome.
Yes, we can hear you, Lwazi. If you have a presentation, kindly upload it. And if not, kindly introduce yourself. Just tell us about Old Fashioned Yangin and the journey you've traveled thus far.
All right. Hi, how's everyone doing? I hope you're well. I'm about to just share my screen. Oh. All right. I don't know, this seems to be an issue, but let me just start with an introduction. So my name is Lwazi Masipa. I am from South Africa, Johannesburg, but I'm currently in Paris right now. I'm just doing my master's in animation. So I'm just here to tell you about my startup journey and how it began, just to give you, some inspiration, because I'm obviously not very well versed yet into business, but it starts somewhere. And let me just give you my advice on how I started and how I got to the point where I am. So quick introduction, my name is Lwazi Masipa. I'm from South Africa, Johannesburg, specifically the East Rand. I'm a CEO and the director of Old Fashioned Yangin. I'm also the creator of a cartoon network show called My Cartoon Friend. Also the character called Nesthandi, a digital character. I'm not sure if you know her, and this one right here. Yes, that's Nesthandi. We just trying to work towards creating one of the first digital influencers using Nesthandi. So how I started in this journey, my journey started as an employee. I started work in 2018 after graduating, and I only worked for a year, but then that felt like the longest year of my life. I was seriously so depressed in it, because I knew that for me, my journey was to build something and to make something and to own a business and have something for myself, and just being part of the whole 9 to 5 process for me, it was just too much. It was too stressful for me. So, you know, in that year that I've been working there, I just decided that, no, you know what, I'm just going to quit my job and I'm going to pursue entrepreneurship and, you know, pursue my journey as an animator. So in this process, I quit my job. And then, you know, I was figuring out ways into hacking to the system and how to do it. So in this year, while I was trying to figure out how to quit my job and what I'm going to do afterwards, I was speaking to people. So I tried to find people to talk to and find ways to hack into the system. So a way which I hacked into the system was that I started speaking with people and trying to get associations. So I spoke to someone on Facebook. I emailed someone on Facebook, messaged someone on Facebook and told them I have a project. And they gave me an ear, they listened. And then I used that person as an association to email someone else who has been in the industry for long. And I was talking to this person and telling them, listen, this person has seen my projects, has seen my work. Can you help me out? So it was association, you know, just being associated with someone else. And so that was the process for me, how I, you know, you start speaking to a lot of people, you just realize that you need to speak to a lot of people in order to get into this. So my breakthrough though, because it wasn't really easy. The process wasn't easy, quitting my job and just trying to find my feet in the digital space and the animation space. It wasn't necessarily easy. So how I got the breakthrough is I started attending seminars like this and attending business sessions and making myself very active, going anything that was online that has something to do with business, or since I'm in the animation field, something to do with the animation and the TV space, I was always there, meeting people, talking to people. It was a whole process for me, but I understood the vision and I knew where I was headed. So it was obviously depressing at first because, you know, you try to talk to people, they don't really want to listen to you, they don't want to give you the time of day. You know, it's part of the process, but I persisted. So I started talking to your TVs, people in the TV space, sending emails. I sent countless number of emails to people and never got responses, always got rejected, but I kept persisting and pushing through. So eventually I got an email. It was COVID time. When COVID hit, you know, it was a bad time. A lot of production companies were closed. Things were just shut down. Then I got a surprise email from Cartoon Network. You know, I've been meeting them and talking to them. And then I got an email from them saying, listen, we remember that we had a talk with you before and we saw the work that you did and we understand your process. Do you have any shows that you'd like to pitch to us? And this goes back down to, you know, all the conversations that I had in the past, but I never thought that one day they would actually get back to me. So then they got back to me, they said, would you have anything to pitch? And I was ecstatic. I was over the moon. I was like, yes, definitely. I would love to pitch something to you. So then we had the conversation and I pitched the show, which is actually Africa's first animated show that was on Cartoon Network. But I pitched their show to them. I pitched a lot of ideas. And in this process, I actually pitched multiple ideas. I actually had a whole pitch deck, Bible. And in this pitch Bible, I had like 3 show ideas, which were very well put together, well constructed. And then the last one, I was like, let me just put a link to one of my YouTube videos that I do, and I'll just send it to them. And it was just an impulse decision and a last minute decision that I made. So when they looked at the pitch that I sent them, they looked at it, they were like, okay, you know, we like the ideas that you pitched, but the one that you spent the least effort on, this is the one that we want to do. This is the one. So it's always important to put out your ideas all the time. Doesn't matter what, doesn't matter who's gonna say what, always put them out. You know, someone is going to like it, someone is going to pick it up. So that's how I got the deal with Cartoon Network. They were like, the one that you spent the least effort on, that's the one we want to make. And they greenlit the process. You know, I got my project greenlit, and then I started the whole shooting process. So for a lot of people, they might think that creating a show for Cartoon Network is very extensive. If I can tell you that I created a show for Cartoon Network, which is still playing right now, in the comfort of my bedroom, just a laptop and a microphone. Obviously, I did get help with shooting, but the whole thing happened in my bedroom, and I didn't have any experience before that. So when they approached me with this, I didn't say, no, I've never done something like this. Please come back to me in 4 years' time when I have a track record. You know, I took the opportunity as it came, and I went ahead and I did the show for them. And of course, you will fail because, you know, at first I did do the show for them. I created the whole 13 episode show. I presented it to them, and they didn't like it. So I would have been, down. I would have been down and just decided there and then that I was going to quit because clearly I'm not made for this. I'm not good. But then I went back to the drawing board, and they allowed me to go back to the drawing board and to revisit the idea. So I went back to the drawing board. I re-shot the show again for them from episode 1 up to episode 13. I went and redid the show. And when I presented it to them this time, they were happy, they were satisfied. And then things started spiraling from there. You know, it's one success after the other. And then obviously the show started airing. I started getting interviews. I started, just being out in the open. And this is where I decided to join TikTok. So and this was all part of the whole startup journey, but mine is more of a digital, just to give you an idea of how the digital field works and, how important it is as a creator, as a creative as well, to put your work out there because you never know who's watching. So I joined TikTok. I mean, I've been on YouTube for a while, and friends of mine said, your content is good for TikTok. It would do some good numbers on TikTok. And I was kind of hesitant at first, but then I decided to go ahead and join TikTok. And how the TikTok algorithm works, and this is one thing as the young people should take advantage, especially if you're a creative, is TikTok and TikTok and now YouTube is starting to do it, and Instagram Reels, is they put your content out there, and they put your stuff out there in rotation. So you need to take advantage of that as a creator, as an artist, to put your stuff out there so you can be known, and especially in business as well. So your stuff can get out there and you'll get seen by a lot of people. So when I put my video out on TikTok, it of course blew up. And it was obviously Nurse Tandy, the character. And then, that was the first time anything of mine just went big. And I took that as so you need to be malleable in business. You need to be able to form and shapeshift. So it was not my strategy at first, but I realized that a lot of people love this character, and the way that people interacted with the character, they really enjoyed the character. So then I kind of shaped my content going forward to be more about the character and to show more of the character, and people really loved that. And I was able to form a business out of it and create merchandise and create partnerships as well, because I managed to work with a lot of brands who want to associate themselves with the character. So, it's important to be malleable and to be able to realize that certain things can change. You can be able to shift and change according to what the market is hungry for at the time. So, just to wrap it up, just to give advice to young other people in the space, because I'm still new as well. But just to give advice, it's important to put your work out there, especially as an artist, especially as a creative, because one thing that we do is we we're not very proud of our work. We're not very confident. So we tend to hide our stuff, or we tend to be not confident enough to put it out there. It's important to put it out there. Put it out there, forget about it, move on to the next project. Put it out there, forget about it, move on to the next project. Because the space we're living in right now is very different. The CEOs of companies, the directors, the producers, people who might give you opportunities are on social media. I'm sure they're doing a job. Then when they get back home, they sit back, they relax, they go scroll through social media. They could find you and you could get an email. And that's how I've been working as well, you know, just putting stuff out there and then getting emails from, because I recently have just been talking to even the South African Reserve Bank. They want to work with me and just to create some content. And they told me that they saw my stuff from TikTok. So it's important to put your stuff out there. You never know who's going to be watching. You never know who's going to be listening. And it's important for you to grow as well. It's important to grow. So I guess that was my startup journey. I'm sorry I couldn't show you my presentation, but I just went through everything. And thank you very much for listening.
We will be moving on to Mr. Letohonolo. So yeah, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. No, thanks to the organizers. I get a soto se right English in alone tabela. Can I? Is it fine, Musne? Zulu gas it soto sharp again. Okay. Yeah, if I may ask, how many minutes? How many minutes? 15. Okay, 10 to 15. Okay. Yeah, nagele tlhonolo le tswalo. Kita double up. Okay. I was born 78. From grade 1 until grade 6, come classing as either number 1 or number 2. So we compete of those two positions. And then it happened to high school, 1991. When I got to high school, in the first 6 months, actually in high school, we were 4 black students. 91, remember, or any other race. It was just after Mandela and those democrats. So when I got to high school, it was an Indian school. So I was bullied. Nearly older guy. And then the first born ko high mushimane. And as boys were told to no, to take a man. My father no business no mula to mushapaka mempa. So Kamotaba demand a shuam bula. So it happened to no, I had to drop out from school Kabu May. 5 months into the school, and there were 300 of us who wrote the test, just an entrance test to get into the school. Only 4 passed. I was one of those 4. So give me one bula. I'm feeling defenseless because of getting to join a gang. There's a gang, ele mokaufi, ele rekan to suffer protection. Ke join a gangster. Can't take a gangster Gamola Humonata. I get like to lot also look at the monat. Yeah, lots of what was studying again the monate. Yeah, I can never know fees. I don't change a little bit of a nickname. Give it to a man. Spioyo, Bansalitola Mopase, Lavatua did. Give it to a spioyo, Yongolosa, Magubani. Kemavito, Kiki, and then a Tomokrea. So from May until December. It's a high buka, come school baking kiloketi, the casual clothes, Capero uniform, I see the buka gamola. Kamut bugan gamola, kidi lost draw, kidi dice, kidi lotelo adita mesanele school, total. So from May till December, ya school, but why did I school? I'm not in school. Come December, report. Report at hello, Sabar, Sapa Mutwalena, Kalerli Visa, Bar Atre. And a number of I will take an uncle Mustrate and give it to Indigarare. o fitlha gore motswadi aka. So o lady a lebella report ela wa ke re no man motho a thateng ha re lebella dibuka since ke tlatsa buka ka May ke December ha re bolla sekolo mara motho ebile re sa monyaka ba mmotsa di story tsa ka tse tsotlhe. By the way me o le di ke social worker ko ha no tla batho ba tlisa mathata di family. So ba botsa yena gore motho a re sa monyaka ke first day yaka a ba sa nyaka. I was sent to another school. From there I went to 7 different high school. I've never even passed Form 1. School season ke a tsena 6 months out. 7 months out. Beno ban lebotse batho ke nna direng ke a rata riding. I sa ntshosa hore re mokubile I'm proud ya ba nkubile nna bile ke a kubiwa. So ke a ke re ke ngwana you are young and then o believe hore o bona officer ko ha ba o khala ko strateng ba o rata. Ko ha ba o khala ko strateng o kra le rata. So ya mangane ene ke a buira bongane ba ka nnete a se mangane fe. So ke upgrade ke mo strateng ke upgrade I ended up kira this gentleman nele nei baka na rana di night club ka mo Jozi ka di mana re fana ka ke a bona o tlhalefile wena ebile go tloa re ko wena o tswa mo neighborhood mo wena bile ka itse le mo ka bona motho a tla mo kutswetsang so mo re tla di tlhokomela dilo tsa ka ra ona bothata go man ona mothata go mama a ntse ya library no ke nya go nthusa ka gore and then o phidisa Jozi beneng santhe ke tsena go Jozi ke mabone ke mfana ke tlhake le Pitori ya mabona shia a re ya wena mmere kwao go rekisa cocaine. No, for now it was a blessing. None from the lost road to cocaine. For now it's a yeah, ke bo CEO bo serious and go Jozi. A ke sale local ne. Yeah, ke di level. Cocaine something. So when ke khoba ka nna ke di celebrity. I can't mention the names. Batla mo nna ke nna ke ba sapene ben o tsoro go tricks cocaine o phela ka VIP o phela ka banyana ba ba pila ka tafole pila o boss. This is who I want to be. That was me. Sharp fast forward. Fast forward. Here in Local Santen kwale ho tlhella off ba re se me bra wena ra bona wa bereka but there's a need ya di drugs overseas. We need the drug mule to do this. Okay, what is the criteria? Passport of nahan. You have a passport, you are clear. Thank you. Oh, se ke Spanish. And remember ke tloa tsura dilo tse ba ntibisang ke lwa le batho ke lebella ela a ke lwe le motho me re ka go rola di bag ka di tsentsha ka mo. It's a soft job. For now it's a soft job. But home ba ra tripa mathomo di London. Heathrow Airport, ya lenda Heathrow Airport. Tata fast. Ke a hola. Musmo ene ke dipondo. Ya, ke change mo South Africa ba tšhelete ngwe chin gore ke lebella karabe no mo I'm gone. This is my life. Second trip, London, ke a tshwaro. Sorry, ke tshwaro, ke ba successful. Other countries, Netherlands, ba nromela ko loko. And we saw the more o latlhela, the more ba bona rona le lucky. Everyone wants you. Remember, batho ba bona lucky, ba bona skill so nang le sona. It's just that ba se berekisa ka tsela ya bona. Sharp, fast forward. Last trip, but no, unna London wena soma. That's why I made a mistake. Ebe ke tsa my partner. We had a 2-year-old. Ebe ke tsa my partner ke ra meskat a re tsamaya ngwana re moshia no passport. Meskat a re tsamaya. Re fitla no araya London from South Africa. We went from Zambia. Re fitla ko Zambia kwale ba bona dilo tse tsotlhe ba di bona tsotlhe ba re wena emanyana re utlwisise wena from South Africa from Zambia to London story sa emanyana mo ene ke lebella maphodisa la Zambia maruku a khehile di butsu ke re torong kwa mo e byang maphodisa le so gore like ke nna ke re yo a mo smoke ho betse mo ke bitso mo ngara wena o tshwere bokae ga nne ke tshwere zakanyana so ka ntsha se ke ba fang sona ka ba fa se ke ba fang sona ba mphitisa mara ba botsa Heathrow re le tlhokomelo la le motho o etla mo anyway story se se teng mo YouTube ka no re le tlhonolo le tswalo there are some few documentaries and few items sa sona stories se go sutlisa se sotlhe. So ke fitla mola ra tshwarwa le mosadi ba mme ya ko nna ba nkisa ko I had to take the case gore ba tlohele mme ya khono ya ko hae ko ngwaneng and once it's a case it meaning you are pleading guilty So I pleaded guilty. Bamfa strafo saka, strafo is sentencing. I was sentenced to 5 years. Actually, it was 15, but got good behavior, but it reduced to 5. And then moving my 5 year na ill. But reduced 3 years because kika 2007, no na recession. So they had to release foreign prisoners because of they were spending money by jar 3 times a day. But no baba tsama ba ya high. So I volunteered to go home, and people didn't want to go home. Remember, I wanna lead you joke one now. So Moloko passport, killer passport, just to stay in there. Chapo, that story let us say. So why? How does that story make who I am? Remember, Kile London almost 7 times or 8 times. Kefitaka the drugs, almost 60 kilos. Yapa, begete 3. Remember, even 20 kilos per bag for access. It mustn't be more than that. So I will carry 3 bags. If it again London 7 times. Next near to my release. Oh, by the way, Mesela after 6 months. Before my release, 6 months before my release, one of the lecturers, preparation for work. Prepare for the how to to the employer, how to write the CV and all those things. And I couldn't write anything. Remember, it's standard 6, Form 1, King's grade 8. I've only had Form 1. I cannot any other thing. And I come along and did doctor, but why the PhD and all those things. By the way, come right tronco. All these professions the thing. This cannot be to even to thing. Trust me. Kada hunso mumfela nothing with to be as a tulangwana ke doctor ba mochacha ka homicide. Kutlilo mong accident teng kurgino na tse fela o kra batho ba bya ka mola. So the scanner ke ditsotsi fela ka mola. So I couldn't write anything, and then daman ka ko kangala ka mo selling ka re I'm here for prison, I'm not here for lo tsa sekolo ke tshabile sekolo khale butsa dikolo tse ke di tseneng khale ba nko bona o ntsa sekolong ke leng because ne ke thaba ke di khale damana re tla mo. He sat down with me, Kamusele Daman, London, Arbon. Some at home will be so I had the means lucky. The importance of a name. Lelenas Kwaki Moses. Moses, Bible in Bark, Shimani, and no pay it's a fate. Something like that. Are some fanaga. Just by your name, it shows that you've got a purpose in this life. Okay, number 2. Ufitile customs officers 7 times. Those people are trained to catch people like you. Whenever Fitile has 7, you are intelligent. One negotiate a little drug deal, negotiate from Baha, offend from Baha. It means and then trust me, those criminals they saw an opportunity. Before my teacher ale nankuba ko skolong, ba di bona. Because if ko skolong ba nkoba lo rekisa di lost draw, wa ba sa bona re motho is an entrepreneur. So education is accommodate those kind education and families. Our families don't accommodate entrepreneurship as much as they were supposed to do. The man are born and wala CV the man. Ka di skill fela tse ke nang le tsone negotiation skill. Working under pressure. I mean, bona metsi plane ka di drugs. Ke working under pressure. It's so the man ara and that not skill ke bo painting electrical ke sure ke skill no when bona adipaka the man about 20 skills on my CV that I had I didn't know. So here's your CV, go home and use them positively. That was 2008. 5 minutes left, ne? Oh, okay. So coming back home, Tridgeville. By the way, it has Sheho Barakeweleza Tridgeville. Tridgeville. I was a hero kokasi. Lebang Kuzbara, Hortmane Papa workan, the Paka the aeroplane, I Paco Pakalena Momaraba Stata, Modi Banreita, Bafanaman Setumora, the man is a hero. The man is Margavano, and I can what happened there. I don't want to do it again. And I remember on my release, I had a diary. So I had connections worldwide, Russia, Colombia. So if I wanted to continue with my career crime, I had contacts. mara ka re ke lebella mosadi ya ka le ngwanaka ba mpotsa ba re ngwanaka re papa he ke mo dropa mo crècheng a re daddy kopela o tsamaya le wena ko yang ke re why ngwanaka a re no you'll never come back again o tlo tsamaya ka mokgwa o tsamaileng nako e. That moment changed my life. And nako e sva re ke ya ko dilong tsa teng wa itse re ke ya ko dilong tsa teng ke a di bala gore bene ngwana o ra bjang. You know that day I didn't drop my kids off at the crèche ke tsamaile le ena ka yo jika toropong ka wa le ena ka nna le ena ka re mara go survive ka eng because I didn't know anything else. I don't have any other skill mara ka opola le khwalela ka re okay let me go sell sweets ko strateng ka tsa tafola ka rekisa masweet. Remember ke na le dikara tse shapo ke na le dinkeng. I had to sell all those cars ka reka vene ka reka ntwa ko location ne ke nna ko Pretoria East. Drugs money ke tšhelete ntšha ke re tla ka bontšhi so ka nna locationeng ka bolla locationeng and then ko ka se kwa le beno ka thomo tshegiwa beno ya ba re begile ba ra o begile o re bone o fella ka yo. But because of next lebella batho ba bang I was looking at myself and then ka thoma ka rekisa maswitsi bene mo khoneng ya ka go tlala ba fana fana and ba rata di drugs ba nyokwetsa dilo tsa di drugs ka re no lena ba fana lena bile ke lisa di rehab la half ona ntho ba reng ke rehab. And then I was taking them to rehab ka loto he ke ntse ke tsamaya le bona so ana mana re no what you doing here they call it a non-profit organization, let's help you register. I didn't know what is an NPO and register damara register ra thoma ben rira thoma rira formal yena why formalize and then ke di busy ka mara NPO registration ela o mongwe re nyaka stationery ka ya ko KitKat ka mostokela stationery ka ra wa re bere ke bya re nyaka di CK document le di tax clearance ka ro para mo bula company ka tsama ka bula company lo bona re a ka tsoga ka re ke rana business nna. I was just doing things. Wait, what happened after that? It's like seleka robala he ke tsoga ka tswa ka jeno like at this moment sitting in front of young people ke bolela le bona so currently aga setšhaba that NPO it has 31 employees, permanent employees for the past 7 years. For the past 7 years it has 31 permanent and including professionals the psychologists, the social worker, all those professionals. You are welcome to visit. We're opening 3 other branches in Northwest Kabalatsani, other one in Limpopo, Kopoen. And then I also have an air conditioning company, Araba Sechab. Araba Sechab. Araba Sechab is an air conditioning company. We've got 12 technicians permanent. We've got fleet about 12 cars, most of the thing. Technician, that day. But what led to that? Nakibonur business, on a bed, Lena billionaire, Maragena sim billionaire that the people have empowered. And Hekero empower. I'm talking more understanding what people can do better than you, even so let's to me look. Wait, on a company getting the state 1 employees I go maybe once a month to the office because people there. Like if you come I can receive looking at a laptop, I can't do anything. They've done everything, even better than me. Because of I believe I know nothing. I get to say a lot, and every day of my business, I tell myself I know nothing. And once you know nothing, we will have space to learn a lot of things. So not only that, I also lead a company where Westphalia fruits, but avocado. I'm part of the board members. We have about 3,000 hectares of orchards, lay avocado. We supply the whole world on avocado. It's also on Google. So my advice to young people, to people who are starting businesses, is I had the last speaker in anything I did, I never asked for second opinion. I just do, and then you can't tell them because of you'll ask for an opinion to business. So I believe if so how it will always come to you. All you can do is just be yourself. Respect, confidence, lerato. You get one of the skills are all other things. Those they come later. Actually, you can employ someone who's got the skills. Marawe, not the individual. what you give to the world is a stofang yona tereg. And then it has always been my dream. A lot of entrepreneurs, succession plan. Like as an entrepreneur, if you die today, what's going to happen to your business? Of which most of us are self-employed, like you are employed in your business. You are not a business. You are not a businessman. Okay, buy those shares. No, don't buy them, or buy those ones. But once when out to have through miracle, have a succession plan. Someone who, so that means those people that I'm empowering. If I die down, that will be someone papa how so family, what I say business is not about the money. That's how Lebanon ya Lebanon. Can I happy? That's how top of money ATM by Rami Tolotolote. By happy later, it will come when it is meant to come, and it's all about what you put when. So family, but you can return all there's whole lot of things that will need a year. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Lwazi, Mr. Letofonolo. Really inspiring stories. We can't add anything else, my brother. Thank you for the time, Lwazi. We hope the weather in France is favorable. In the interest of time, we will move to the next item. We'd like to invite Ms. Keneilwe to come and speak to us on digital marketing. A round of applause online. Hi.
Oh.
Thank you. Sorry.
Sorry. Morning. Yeah.
Testing. Hello. Is it audible? Okay. I'm Keneilwe Malota. I'm the senior project manager at Digify Africa. So quick, Digify Africa is a youth-led organization, and we are all about empowering the youth with skills. That is particularly digital skills. So how the company started is our CEO, Gavin, came all the way from London with his white savior complex, and he was like, I'm going to save the African child. Started a company called Liberty Africa, where we ended up having students write the content for the magazine. But as he was busy going along, he realized that there was a huge gap in terms of digital skills in South Africa particularly, but obviously Africa as a whole. So he started then deciding to change the company over to a company that trains young people so that we can bridge that gap of digital skills. So with that, we are a registered NGO. We go around these big corporates that have lots of money, and we ask them to give us this money so that we can train the young people of South Africa. Hello? Okay, cool. So today I'm going to speak to you particularly on one of our programs that we run for entrepreneurs. And this could be an aspiring entrepreneur, like the young gentleman that said he's still a student. You can still come through to our training courses. And then we also go for small businesses, people who already have businesses, already have small businesses, but don't necessarily have the funds to hire our lady there just yet, you know? So we kind of like give you the skills so that you can start your journey in digital marketing. And then when you get to a point where you can start employing people into your business, you can then hand it over, right? So the name of the project is Meta Boost. It used to be called Boost with Facebook, but you know, Mark Zuckerberg, he went and changed the whole name, and therefore thus the name of the project has to change. This particular program is funded by Facebook. So everything that you learn is based on the Facebook, the Meta Technologies. So Meta Technologies, it's your Facebook business page. So how to create one, how to navigate the Facebook business page, your Instagram for business, as well as your WhatsApp for business. Now, the reasoning behind Meta Boost is that a lot of people here, or a lot of people actually know how to go to Facebook, chat to their friends and all that vibe. But a lot of small businesses do not know the functionality, they don't know the features and the tools that were built into these programs, into these platforms to help you be successful, right? Hello? Hello, hello? What? Like up here? Hello, hello? Okay, I'll try keep it as close to my mouth as possible. My lipstick and all. So first things first, social media. I'm the drama, you know, wherever I go, things gotta go. Social media, those are the numbers when we talk about social media. We're talking 2.9 billion people are on Facebook. They are users, they are active users. We are talking about 2 billion people on WhatsApp, right? 1 billion on Instagram, 1 billion on TikTok. Just shy of 400 million on your Twitter, and then just shy of, just under 335 million on Snapchat. When we talk social media, that's what it is. What those numbers means is somewhere in there is your customer. That's what you, when you see that number, don't be like, yo, so many people, South Africa only has 61 million people, what's going on? No, what we're saying to you is that's where your customers are sitting, you know, well, somewhere else, right? So we now need to just help you hone the skill for you to reach your customer who is in that pool of numbers. And social media assists you. There are certain functionalities that are built in these platforms that can help you reach your correct customer. All right. So Meta Boost, like I mentioned, funded by Meta. And the objective really is just to train small businesses on how to use these platforms. In other words, I always say that it's a way to exploit the platform so that it works for you. You know, they're always exploiting us. Let's change it over. And let's us actually use this platform so that it works for me. You know, it's a great way for you to start your brand awareness journey. You know, you have this brand, you have the service, you have this product, but you need to get it out. So the best place, or one of the greatest places that you can do so, is on a social media platform. A lot of the times when we go out and you're having a chat and somebody's like, hey, I've got a small business. It's like, oh, okay, cool. What's your Instagram handle? You know, especially when you like looking at products like weaves, before somebody buys from you, they want to see like your customer reports, like all the things that your customers actually said, your rating on Facebook. They want to see like, can I actually try to trust this person? There are certain places where I would never buy hair just because of what people say on Twitter. Because I'm just like, hey, deep up in here. I try to find a place that has good reviews that can say, okay, cool, there's a little bit of trust, so it's okay. A little bit of money here and see where it goes. So again, that's when we talk in digital marketing in the sense of social media. This is where we actually come through and we assist you in learning on how to do it. So in 2021, we were given the target of actually training 5,000 small businesses. The year before, our target was 3.5. In 2020, we went through a very difficult time because Boost was always a face-to-face training experience. But then COVID came and we had to go online. Kind of worked for us as well, because now we were able to reach even more South Africans and teach them how to bring their businesses online. for a lot of businesses, they had to shut their doors, but they needed to find a way to continue navigating and speaking to their customers. And the best way to do so is via the e-commerce route or just having some form of a community online that will keep you afloat. We've actually had, we had a talk at one of our events last year, and the lady was saying that the only reason why she still could reopen after the lockdown was decreased was because of the community that she had on Instagram. They were like, oh shoot, we can't actually buy your ice cream, but you know, what are your finances? Like guys, I'm about to shut down. I need about 5,000 Rand. Crowdfunded with her people and, you know, managed to actually stay afloat. So that is one thing also about social media. When you take your business there, make sure that you're actually building a community of supporters that will keep you afloat when things don't go so great, but that will actually grow with you as your customer, as your business goes from strength to strength. So that's just the numbers that we did. We did about 12,000 hours of training to small businesses across the country. Now, when we talk about the curriculum, like we said, it's just a holistic view of how to do, how to use the Facebook family of apps, which is also called Meta Technologies. Those are the ones that I spoke to you a little bit earlier, your Facebook, your Instagram, and your WhatsApp. And the program has 9 different modules. They are perfect for somebody who is a little bit nervous about social media because they start on the foundational layer. Like, let's open a Facebook page. This is where you click. This is what you do. This is how you upload. This is how you write a caption. You know, how to bring your business personality to the forefront. And then we go into a little bit more of like a general, like just to get you understanding a little bit more. And then we go into intermediate, which should actually be able to sustain you for a bit longer period. And then when you are now at that point where you want to go to advanced, you hire the lady there. She comes and she helps you with your advanced. But usually the advanced is where we talk analytics, it's where you look at your ads and how they're performing and making better business decisions from there onwards. But like I said, those are the 9 modules. The great thing about being funded by Meta is that all our training is free. We do not charge you. If you ever hear somebody saying, hey, there's a Meta Boost session and they're charging 200 Rand, just know that it ain't it, because we do not charge our people. This is information we want to make freely available, because opening a Facebook page is free. You know, it's free. We were talking about capital. You don't need capital to open a Facebook page. I'm just saying, putting it out there. And I'm actually nearing the end. We do have a couple of activities that are going to be happening this year. There are going to be some roundtable conversations, as well as our Boost Business Shower. The roundtable conversations is where you can network. So as a young person, you're more than welcome to come through, listen to the conversations. The first one is going to be happening in August, where we are celebrating World Entrepreneurship Day on the 21st of August. And I think 21st is a Sunday, so it's going to be this Friday before. And we usually run a program called Leaping Over Levels, where we bring women in business to come through and share their journeys and give some inspiration to entrepreneurs. Then in September, we are planning to do a roundtable around tourism, because it is Tourism Month in South Africa. So you're more than welcome again to join that particular roundtable. It will be online, and we will circulate the link for you guys to be able to join. So if tourism is something that you're interested in, that's a really good place to also meet up with some policymakers, some influencers in the tourism industry. And then my personal favorite, which happens in November, is the Boost Business Shower. It's an invite-only event for about 50 entrepreneurs, where you get to come through, listen to amazing speakers, share their journey, especially digital journey. And then at the end, we have a pitching, well, not a pitching contest, but we just let any business that is in the room, they can stand up and actually talk about what they actually do. Why I love it the most is because that is where networks happen. Last year, we had a gentleman who was just starting out his courier company. And because we had a lot of people in attendance that had products that needed to be couriered, he managed to walk out of there with like 3, 4, 5 contacts. and they all use him for the coring of their products. So that's why we kind of love that, because it's just entrepreneurs meeting entrepreneurs and some form of alliances happening in that space. And with that, I'd like to say thank you, and we really hope to see you in our training sessions. We'll probably have one with AB4IR so that we can actually give you this particular type of training. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
All right, guys. Ms. Skinelu, I don't know if you mind, can we take 2 questions from the floor? 2 questions, guys. Social media.
Morning. So when will the program start? So applications, are they still open or? Okay. Should take some.
Oh, same question. It was same question. Okay. Kopale, le mshapele matsoho. Mshapele di pesitse tsa rona matsoho ka morao di pesitse tsa matsoho. So, by the way, batho ba SABC 2 ba yatla. So, batho tla ba part of this whole session. Obviously, batho shoot some interviews and everything. So, they put for now. I want to jive because we go to TV. I want to go high matter. TV. So please, the Kupa know. I think before we can have the next speaker, how about drink 5 to 10 minutes? Yeah, no Kupa 5 to 10 minutes breaking. Yana, lady, my feeling of like link the 4-4. Link the 4-4. So Kupa reshapen kimoyana. Then after 10 minutes, no gonna go man. Ki 11:55. Kupa ka 12:05. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Hello. Hello. Re ka mo teng teng ne. Ne ke re fela ke le tsebise le ska re ke na le diphiri nna. Ha ke le jwetse dintho. Ke la bona. Ausi o buang sekgowa re ka mo teng teng. Ne ke fela ko hopotsa ska re nna ha ko shebe ka mo teng teng next thing. Pele ha bohloko gore moshimane I'm pay attention. Awesome. Sharp. So we're talking on these 2 sessions before break. So which means ba SABC ba sale mo tseleng, then ba tla re thola re ntse re le mo programmong. So a ke sa batla le o senya nako re ke bona ke nako mang. Mo iPhone e re 1210. A di tshwana dinako. A tshwana dinako, okay. E reng Samsung ya. Wa e re ke nako mang. Wa bona le tle nako al khaten. Sharp. So now that you are back, re tla tsho ka one re gone go tswa re breaking. Today ke Friday batho re batla o ya hae early re ske ra ema go trafficking. So le ready my facilitators. So if the facilitator did ready, then access nako. Over to you.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Sabnari.
much.
Thank you to everyone for being with us both here and on the virtual space. We are now moving to item 4, which is intellectual property, a very important item and one I'm looking forward to hear from the speakers. Our speakers, Ms. Lufuno Sintumule, she's here with us virtually, as well as Dr. Kwahile Mudisa King. Can we please give them a warm round of applause? Dr. Who else look? Then who look it is fine. Yeah. Hi, Mr. Funo.
Hi, how are you? Can you hear me? Am I audible? Facilitator, you are not. I cannot hear you. I can just see your lips moving around.
Are you good? Okay, so my name is Kiwahilo Mudisa King. I'm an IP consultant. My aim, my aim is just to, unfortunately, when you start talking intellectual property, you must be technical, and there's no way around it. Okay, so we are going to become a little bit technical. We're going to talk a little bit of science, a little bit of this. It's just the nature of the game. We don't sell potatoes and onions and tomatoes. We are in the knowledge economy. We are in that space. So that's what we will talk about. That's all that we can talk about. All right, so I remember you and you. Okay, so you know what is intellectual property. You've heard about intellectual property. You've heard about patents. But all of you think about it. If I asked you what is it, you are going to tell me that it is some way of protecting some proceeds of your mind and so you can make money and exclude others, okay? But I have a problem with that. You have nothing. Okay? Okay, how many of you have patents here? How many patentees do you have? How many of you have applied? So why are you thinking of So instead of sitting at, yeah, wasting time, or when an entrepreneur or trainer, here, it's been done. Before all the funding, you will know it's been done. Now that it's been done, what does it mean for you? Who did it? Where did they do it? Do they have protection in South Africa? If they don't have protection in South Africa, what does it mean? It means you can do it. They can't touch you because they don't have protection. Or maybe their protection is expired. It's past 20 years. It's open to you to use. Okay? The application was made, it was published, but it was withdrawn. It is available to you to use. So you don't have to sit and reinvent. It's done before. Now you've moved from having to develop technology to having to exploit technology. You understand what I mean? So my aim really with this discussion is just to show you a couple of things. Here's a typical publication of a US application. It tells you that it's a publication. It tells you who the inventors are. It tells you it was filed by Uber Technologies. It tells you when it was filed. It gives you a classification of the technology. There's patent classification. Technologies are classified. It tells you when it was published. It gives you an abstract. Remember that the patent system provides one of the most comprehensive indexed and reviewed technological library. Okay? Patents are examined. Someone sits and examines a patent. So it's not like you're just getting this thing, oh, it's like you can do this, mate, and mates and what, and talks a lot of rubbish and nonsense. And you listen to that person. You listen to something that has been tested, that has been examined by big guys in the world. You understand? And this information is available to you. Now let's look at, now you can say, okay, this is a map for Uber. We can see that Uber started here. You can see there's every dot here represents a patent they filed. You can see, oh, Uber started in the transport service. They moved here, they moved another patent in GeoSearch. They've got a lot of data collection patents. They seem to be moving now the technology to autonomous technology, self-driven cars, and. You can see the trends. You can see where technology is moving. Okay? Now, if you are still stuck here, a Bolt, you'll get a better Bolt. Oh, people are already moving to what? Okay. But why is what I'm saying not necessarily correct in totality? It's because maybe in your setting, the world may be moving there fast. But in your own setting, you may still have problems that are here. It may be specifically true for South Africa and other developing countries. That there is so much data, so much technology that has become obsolete in the USA and Canada and wherever. But that information is still so usable for you because of the problems that you have. You still have a water problem, by the way. Okay. Agriculture, agro-processing, you still have a lot of people in agriculture. How can we get aggregation of agricultural produce so that we aggregate? You understand what aggregation is? I can't help you if you can't. Go and check it, Makoti. Ne? So this is what we need to start looking at. This is a simple search. What you can go to eSpaceNet. Try to classify your own technology. It's like working on Google. If you look, there's a little keyword search there. You hold it in, it brings you all up. It gives you, start to give you specifics. You can see this here. I was using just assessed computer programs. And it just starts to describe for you computing, calculating, and counting, data processing systems and methods. If you click on this one, it will open all sorts of you can see all sorts of screens, and you can go This is information. You can see that if you go to administration and management, you can go to payment gates, schemes, protocol, commerce, shopping, e-commerce. If you click there, it will help you to classify your invention. Why is it important? Because when you go and search, you will then search in a particular class. All right. I know that this is a lot of information to get now, but I'm just saying, I'm just trying to make you come to a point whereby you know what you need so that you can start saying, and then check. Okay. So look, if you can refine your classification. Now you're talking about reservation of tickets. You start talking about two-dimensional placement. It's a lot, okay? This is an Uber patent, by the way. This is the information that you get. It shows you a flow chart that you may have a network, you may have users, and this is proximity of the driver to the user. What databases? If you are trained in this field of technology, it's very easy for you to follow. This information is there in the Uber patent. You understand what I mean? All right. So, what my conclusion? What did we find? There's a lot of technical information. You can map gaps. You can monitor new technologies. You can get detailed bibliographical data on applicants and inventors. Remember, all information in expired and withdrawn patents is available to you for use. Okay? That's all I need you to remember. Thank you.
Good now to go. I was thinking that also please, you could maybe present for us and then we would get to ask the questions afterwards. Please unmute.
Hi, how are you? Am I audible? Hi. It's not me, it's you guys. Can you hear me now? Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Oh, perfect, perfect.
Yes.
Yeah, I can hear you guys. Let me share my screen. Can you see something?
And
Yes.
All right, okay, okay. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I hear you. I just hope you can see my face. Just shout if you can see my face, because I'm presenting and I won't be able to see. Okay, my name is Rufuno Sintumore. I'll be giving you a presentation about the importance of intellectual property. Thank you so much for the previous speaker. He made my life so simple. So I'm currently coming from Tshwane University of Technology, the only tech university in South Africa that makes the knowledge work. Just to continue, I just want to give you the overview of my presentation. definition of intellectual property, please bear with me. I'm not undermining your intelligence here. I just want to make sure that you understand, because at the end of the day, I need you to have the tools that will be able you to identify the forms of intellectual property and the way of protecting it. The definition, the intellectual property, it has been defined, and the concept that has been created through the innovative efforts of human mind. The reason why I think there is a need to emphasize it is that most of the people, they think they don't have the capacity of creating the innovative technology. And I just want to let you know that you have been doing this throughout your years. When you were at school, trying to answer the certain questions of exams, the way you have presented your answer, it has been different from other students or other classmates. How you think, how you link your facts in order to give you a certain solution. That's kind of process where you have to sit down and try to think how to connect the dots so that at the end of the day, you'll have a solution. That process of thinking, that is the creation of mind, that's a creation of intellectual property. And at the end of the day, as long as that solution, it does have the commercial value. So whenever you go to the retail store and start to say, wow, I do have this product, but this product does not satisfy my needs, that is where you have to come in. Don't say, oh, it was supposed to be like that. No, you have identified the gap. Now it's up to you to develop a solution. So whenever you try to fill that gap, is when you are creating your intellectual property. So when we talk about the creator, we talk about the inventor. I see the previous speaker spoke about the inventors. So here we talk about the person who contributed during the development of such technology. And it's very important that you identify the relevant person to do that, because at the end of the day, within the legislation, there are rewards that are attached to that. The forms of intellectual property. Why is it so important for you to know the forms of intellectual property? Is that at the end of the day, when you are busy developing or creating your technology, you should be able to know the class. Where are you going to protect this? Are you going to protect this in the form of the patent? Going to protect this in the form of design, trademarks, copyrights, trade secret? Because you don't just have the intellectual property for general forms of intellectual property. But in this instance, what's so exciting is that the solution that you develop is the one that determines the forms of intellectual property that you have. And by saying that, I'll be giving you certain examples that will be able you to identify the form of solution you have, and also to identify the patents, if maybe you have that kind of solution. On your right-hand side, you can see that is the electric bulb. Ladies and gentlemen, that was invented in 1880 in USA. So people have been inventing. So whenever you have developed a new product, and that new product, it does have a commercial value, and then you know that it does have a market, you can say you have a form of intellectual property under patents. And when you have optimized a certain process, if you can see on your palette, there is a process. If you have optimized this process, and then by optimizing such a process, you will be able to increase the revenue. Maybe, of course, if maybe you're not gonna catch yourself in some problem with the union, you'll be able to reduce the labor. And also, of course, you'll have, maybe if that process does have it's a time consuming, that process and that product, you can say you do have the patents. The design. Now, future innovators, when we talk about design, we're talking about two types of designs. We have the aesthetic design. So aesthetic design is those kind of design product. When you were developing that product, you wanted someone to purchase it because it is so appealing to your eyes. It's so beautiful. If you can see on this presentation, we have two cars. These two cars Of course, when you're driving them, you know, you'll get the comments. They are so nice. And then you only selected them based on the fact that they are so nice, they are so beautiful. And then when you do that, that is when you have developed a product, and that product, it's mainly necessitated by its beauty. We say you have developed an aesthetic product. But when you have developed this product, it has got nothing to do with beauty, but it has got everything to do with the function. We say that you do have a design, and that design is called functional design. Now, this is very interesting. I love it. I love it. It's a trademark. So the trademark is self-explanatory. It's marks to trade. So when you have marks to trade, when you say you have succeeded in incorporating your company, it's when you have one of your company has been presented as something like your logo, but by when the consumer that just look at that mark, they just know this one is associated with Amo, this one is associated with EO, by not saying it. So when you are so successful, when you are developing a company, it's when you have those kind of marks that when we just look at those marks, we'll be able to associate those marks with the type of the service and the goods that you have. So it's a point of association. So ladies and gentlemen, it's not a logo, it's a further step that someone has to take to make sure that their goods and services, they've been distinguished from others. The copyrights. So when you talk about copyrights, still remember we're still talking about those thoughts in your mind. So when you have some thought in your mind and you have reduced them into writing, we say that you do have the form of intellectual property in the form of copyright. The example of that is when you have drafted a novel. We can say you do have a literary work. When you're doing kind of music, and that music has been reduced into CD, and you have artistic work which can include some of the paintings. So we can say that you have that kind of copyright under those kind of the materials that have been reduced there. Trade secrets. Trade secret is a secret that you are using to trade, and you are the very few people that know about this secret. And it's so important that it should remain a secret, because once someone get hold of that secret, it will never be a secret anymore, and then everyone will be able to develop such a recipe or such a formulation. Those are just the example of the trade secret that we have. We have KFC, we have Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola, we know that most of people have been trying to develop that beverage, but because they don't have exact formula, it has been so difficult for them to give you the exact products. People also use trade secret in the form of formulation. When we have cosmetic products, the formulation that we have there, people, they'll keep that as a trade secret because those are the secrets that they have, and they'll be able to make money as long as they are kept secret. Why am I telling all of this? Initially, the intellectual property, why it was developed developed to encourage improvement in technology. If you can look at the first example that I've given you, the electric bulb, the person who has disclosed that, who has patented that, has laid down a foundation for the development of the LED lights that we have right now. It has got a good impact to the society. So if we really want to become the more technology-oriented community, we should have more innovation in terms of the intellectual properties. That cannot happen if you don't know how to identify the intellectual property, how to protect them, and how to know the requirements that you should have to meet those forms of intellectual property. Which forms of intellectual property to use when you have a product, and that product, someone can just, it's easy for someone to develop it. So that way you know that to protect myself from other people developing it, make sure that I do have a patent. And if you have a copyright, for you to know that you do have a copyright is when you use those examples that I previously showed you, which literary music works, and also the digital works that you guys are working on right now, they are mainly within this category at the copyright. I can see you do have a nice poster for this event. That poster and everything there, it falls within the copyright. So the design is mainly used with other forms of the intellectual property. I found that when you have a design, also you do have a patent on it. So it can work into conjunction with that. Trademark, if you really believe so much in your company and you know that I do have a good service, quality services, good, I have best goods that I know that my consumer, they like this kind of goods that I have, you must make sure that you do have to register for your trademark in order to support brand and also developing the goods. So trade secret, as I've said, it's only on the formulation and also on the receipts. Moving forward, whatever that I've said right now, the forms of intellectual property, you cannot say that you do have those forms of intellectual property if you don't have rights upon those forms. But for you to have the rights, there's something that you have to do. You as the inventor, you as the creator, you have to make sure that you register them so that you'll be able to have the protection over them, protecting other people to make use of your technology without getting permission from you. It's not all of them have the automated rights, but some, they force you to go to a national, we do have a national office here that does that makes sure that your intellectual property is registered and you have the rights upon it. So in the nutshell, the intellectual property that have been defined as the legal right given to the inventor or creator to protect his innovation or creation for a certain period of time. Just to give you an example, I don't know how deep do you know about this, but in terms of the IP rights, it was more like the inventor or the creator had an agreement with the state to say, you know what, state, I do have this wonderful technology that I would like you to know about all the specification, how I have developed it, provided that you as the state, you give me the protection that I'll be the only person to develop this for the limited period of time. So it's more like an agreement between the inventor and the state. That gives you the exclusive rights. The duration of that limited that I just explained right now is different depending on the forms of intellectual property that you have. So when you register for your patent at the CIPC, you will be given a 20 years time, meaning that during the 20 years time from the date that you filed at CIPC, you will have the right to commercialize. You'll be the only person who's developing that technology. The design, those people are given, and the inventors who have invented, so within the design will be given 15 years, and also trademark. So trademark, you'll be given 10 years, but after 10 years, you'll have to renew. After you've renewed it, you have it until you don't have, it does not have a limited time. Good thing about the copyrights within the digital space, it gives you the protection. Lifetime of the other person who has developed it is more like an inventor, plus the 50 years after the lifetime of such person. As I've explained, there are other IP that can be registered and some cannot be registered, but that does not mean that if they're not registered, you don't have a right upon those forms of intellectual property. Okay, the registrable ones are patent, trademarks, designs, the ones that you can, even though you didn't go to CIPC, you still have the rights upon those intellectual properties. Those are the copyrights. Trade secrets. I'm trying to rush now. Okay, so how do you register? As I've explained, you just have to go to CIPC and make sure that you register. But it's very important that before you can register, you can just talk to the previous speaker to understand. It's very important for you to identify the forms of intellectual property before you can go and register. So it's very important that you should have a discussion with the people who knows about this intellectual property. It's not something that you can just do without getting the expertise to help you with that. The requirements, the previous speaker has spoken about this. It has to be new. It has to be non-obvious, meaning that you should have an additional step that you have incorporated the development of your technology. It should not be obvious for someone to develop something that you have developed. Of course, it should have a market value at the end of the day. The reason why you need to register is that you are trying to avoid the slide that I just gave you right now. You don't want someone like Lufuno to be on the group B, to develop something that is almost the same with the code. The reason that is that you don't want someone to dilute your market without having so much effort. If you can look to that picture B there, to all the products, you can just see that Mendy and Andy and Handy Andy, that person is trying to confuse your consumer, and then by so doing, they're limiting your profit, your company. But if you don't have the rights, if you don't have the intellectual property rights within your technology that you have developed, you won't be able to force someone to stop distributing the products that confuse your consumer. Yes, so patent has been used loosely. So I wouldn't want you guys to live here using a patent. I want to protect my literary work. You should know what can be patented, what cannot be patented. You cannot patent the literary work, but you can use the copyright in order to make sure that you protect your rights. Why do you need to do that? Some people, they can say they're so expensive, it takes time before you're protected. If you can't defend your patent, why bother? You really have to bother, because IP rights protect investment in development. And it gives you somewhat of collateral. If you have to negotiate maybe with the funders, the fact that you put so much effort in order to protect your invention, you're telling them that you believe so much on your product, and they will start taking you serious. And also, if maybe you want to, because you know that if you have the technology, for that technology to be sustainable, you should have a research and development component. If you need to negotiate with the university, at least you do have an IP that you can negotiate with the university. So there are so many reasons that you have to take into consideration. Why is it important to register your IP? Moving to the commercialization now, it's all about now, it's fine, you do have your IP rights to this technology. What is the next move? Next move is to make sure that you make money out of what you have developed. So, if it's a new product, you should be able to develop a road market to see how best can you commercialize your product. There are various commercialization roads to do that. You can do that as a direct sale. And in terms of this IP language, you say that you are assigning your IP to other person, of course, at a cost, or you can form as a research collaboration, or you can license. And licensing, most of inventors, they don't take it lightly. They don't want to license. They think they are really losing their rights. And then licensing is such a good thing to do, because already you find that there's an existing company, they know how to market this product. You don't have to start from the scratch to negotiate with the other people who can do that. So you can license to the existing company, which have a good, reputable, of course, and in the meantime, you'll be able to get cost for your IP. That is the end of my presentation. If you need my contacts, there are my contacts. Thank you so much for listening. I just hope it was not too much. You'll be able to remember some of the things that I managed to share with you. Thank you.
Thank you to both our speakers. Before I take two questions from the audience, kindly allow me maybe just to slot in two questions. My first question is for you, Mr. Funo. You mentioned that trade secrets are non-registrationable. So my question is, if I maybe somehow found out what the 11 spices and herbs of KFC are. What recourse do they have if I'm able to duplicate their product?
Okay, very interesting one.
Can you
Very
unmute?
interesting question. Can someone unmute? Hello? Can you, am I audible? Yeah, Doc, thanks for that. Okay. Yes, that's something that most of us, we should really be careful of that. So when you are going to do the trade secret, you should make sure that it's gonna be a secret. I mean, it should stay secret as secret. If someone goes and makes sure that they have to protect the secret that you have, you'll have to lose the rights. Of course, with KFC, of course, it's a well-known, but I'm just saying that if you really need to go trade secret, make sure that you do have the process that you have in terms of confidential agreement you have there. You know that people that know about your invention, they're very limited. I had this story that I don't really believe that much, that people who knows about this recipe of Coca-Cola, they are only limited to 5. They never travel together. They don't even know each other. They're trying to put the mechanism together to make sure that these people, they don't share that information. So once I go there and register my brother, I do have the rights. You don't have the rights, but you can go to the court, and the court, they can take it from there. I can't hear you. I can see your mouth.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
God is for everything we do is online. My question to you is, what's the quickest or most convenient way for SMEs to protect the content that they put out?
Well, you see, and that's the temptation that you need to manage. Okay, you'll be putting so much out there. I can give an example that I gave in my lecture at that time, that in one of these big research organizations, they had an internal conference, and someone presented a poster there, and they put it in their internal systems and whatever, and it came out. And 2 years later, they tried to file a patent, and the patent examiner said, no, this is not new. It was presented at a conference and the poster was published, so you are dead in the water. Okay. So for you, and I think it's a big problem, especially for the sector that you are in. Okay. So you have to decide right from the start, what is my intellectual property based on what you said. You need to know. If I think that in the future, the method of protection that I will use is patents, then you must know the patentability requirements, and then you must set up business systems to achieve exactly that. If you're going to say, okay, computer programs are protected by copyright, okay, then it really doesn't matter whether you put it up or you don't put it up, because the right automatically vests with you and there's no registration process. You understand what I mean? But what is it that you actually need? Because what we also need to tell you is that these protection mechanisms are not necessarily exclusive of each other. You can say, yeah, I have copyright, it automatically vests on me, but I can also file a patent application. So, and I can also have a trademark because I have a company name, I have a product name, you understand what I mean? So just for this bottle, what can you have? You can have a patent for the method of how this cap screws onto the bottle. You can have a design application for how the bottle actually looks, the aesthetic value of the bottle. But maybe the bottle is shaped in such a way that when you look at the bottle, you know that's a Givenchy perfume. So the shape of the bottle is also registered as a trademark. And then if you put together a leaflet about how you must use the water and it's very good for your skin, you can, that is protected by copyright. You see, so they are not necessarily exclusive of each other, although they must be done in a particular manner for you to achieve it. So if you know what your business strategy is, some people put presence and in the market, being known first. It's part of their business. It's part of their business strategy. So that's what you do. But some know that if you have a patent, you'll be able to raise more money because patent creates a certain value in terms of money. You see, so don't look at intellectual property as this thing that is outside your business. It is part of your business, everyday business strategy.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that, Doctor. I think it's very clear, at least to me, that when it comes to entrepreneurs, perhaps we should consult intellectual property practitioners and experts at a very early on in our businesses to set up the right systems, especially in this digital era. We having AI and software that we are developing. So I think that's my takeaway from this. I think we'll take 2 questions.
Just before they can ask the question, Ms. Lefono, we are being asked if you could please share your contact details with us again.
Okay, great. I will. How to do that? Should I just send it through there?
On the screen.
Okay, great.
All right. Waiting for that, we can proceed.
Okay, thank you to the speakers. I think we've learned a lot in terms of how we can use patenting for our creative work and also innovation. I think my question just speaks to myself and many other people who are creators in this 4th industrial revolution. I'd like to find out, in terms of blockchain technology, do you think that this is something that is disrupting intellectual property and how everything works? Because with blockchain technologies and NFTs, we've seen how they are disrupting how patenting and how people are using copyrights and making money from their intellectual property. I just want to know how you think this is affecting the way in which the patent industry and IP industry is working.
Look, I would say that without being specific, that technology is improving so fast. Okay? I'll give you an example now. That's what I'm saying. It must be part of a strategy. If you came up with an app today, an app that's 1, 2, 3, what is the lifetime of an app now? It's very short. Okay? So the lifetime of an app may be what, 3 years at most. At the end of the 2nd year, you'll start to see a drop in your revenue. Okay? But then why would you then use a patent which gives you 20 years protection? Because the lifespan is 3 years. In actual fact, your app will be out of business before you get your first search report from the patent office in terms of patents. Do you see what I mean? So you really need to understand your sector. But if you look at Uber, for instance, do you think Uber is going to die in the next 3 years? No, but that is how disruptive Uber was. All right? If you are first on the block and you really are a trendsetter, it makes more sense for you to have stronger protection mechanisms because you're probably going to be there for a longer time. You understand what I mean? Also, Uber, I think in their first 3 years or so, raised about 37 million US dollars. And they did that by having a very small but very strong patent portfolio. And that is why they could raise so much money so quickly. So it really just depends on your sector. If you are in, and also how disruptive you are, and how late or early on the chain you are. Does that
She's answered.
Yeah, it's on. Okay, so I just wanted to ask, okay, let's say I'm a designer and I do digital art, right? So my question is, would it make sense for me to actually go through the route of going to the CIPC and doing the patent, the copyrights? They mentioned that you can copyright your work.
Yeah.
Or would it make sense for me to then rather go to Ethereum, register, get a patent, an Ethereum patent on the blockchain technology and use and sell it as an NFT rather, because it then has a code and it's patented on digital? That's what I'm asking. It's minted on digital. So I want us to then speak about how, especially because we speak
No, Tabang can do that first. Thank you, Tabang. Okay.
Please repeat that. I was on the walkie-talkie at the same time. Okay, so basically NFTs are digital, non-fungible tokens, something that you can't recreate. So it's the same way as a patent, right? I think the answer that she's looking for is that it's not it disrupting. It's actually meant to assist, right? So the same way that Nike's got what's this crypto kicks, right? A lot of people don't know about this, but Nike has what we call crypto kicks. Crypto kicks is basically Nike selling an NFT, and then when you buy the NFT, they send you the shoes so that you can. It's like your proof of purchase to say, or rather your authenticity ticket to say that this is legit. But besides that, NFTs are basically digital IP. Instead of you having to go to CIPC to go register what you've created digitally, you can now register it as an NFT. There are already, I think it's 9 people that have made 1.2 million and up. I'm giving you the lowest value, 1.2 million and up, right? From NFTs. This is us recreating, or rather us joining the 4th industrial revolution, right? The same way that we had Web 2.0, which is Google, Zoom is also Web 2.0. Now everybody's joining Web 3, which is now the official way of doing things, decentralizing. Hence why when you register your NFT, that is you registering your IP.
Actually make a lot of money as a young person. There's an opportunity for you to actually make money through your arts and sell it internationally on a global scale by creating an NFT.
So, you know, what is important for you to understand is that you may have that, né? It's proper, it's working, you can have some sort of protection. But for you to protect it, for you to enforce protection, you'll have to use, in terms of the law, you'll have to use common law. Okay? So you'll not be using any of the intellectual property laws that we have. So the law that you'll be using is common law. So you'll have to show that you had ownership. You have to show that there was breach. You have to show that the other person actually knew what they were doing, that it was, you know, you understand what I mean? You'll have to build up that case of evidence. And honestly, there must be an admission from the side of the law that we really need, our law really needs to improve, and needs to now look at new forms of protection that must come. And also there must be, apart from the law, there must be new policy formulation. Facebook was drawn before the US Senate and to come and explain things, because technology is moving so fast, it's moving faster than even social policy, and it's moving faster than the law, okay? So it's one of the biggest challenges that we have. But if you have that and you try to enforce it, the duty on you will be so onerous to try to sue someone, okay? So you'll have to have all the information, and that's why intellectual property law was brought in the way it is. Like patent, you know which court to go to. You know how you must approach that court. It's an application procedure. You know the prayers that you can make before that court. You know the kind of relief that you might need. So that kind of law puts out a prescribed manner in which you can bring something before the court. If you depend on other forms of protection, that may be digital and you have to go the common law route. Okay? Yeah.
All right, thank you. I don't know, there is another question.
Yes, just before I pass on, I just wanted to say, if you want more information about NFTs and that, A-Before-IR is your place.
Hi, everyone. The question is, let's say like I do have a tech solution that comes from an open source platform like Moodle, which is normally used for like learning management systems or content management systems in education. But you have modified it in such a way that it is different from other users or service providers in EdTech that have developed basically the same solutions using the same open source platform. Is it feasible or possible rather to patent such a technology? And the follow-up question to that would be, how protected would you be for other innovators that can simply study your code to improve on some shortcomings on it and develop another product on the same platform with better features, more like reverse engineering?
Okay,
Thank
number
you.
one, what are the terms of and conditions from the source that you use?
You can basically like use the code as a basis.
But they do say the developments and improvements that emanate from their source, how you can use them and how you can protect them, and ownership issues. The problem here that we have is that innovators know these things when they start. When they go there, they know the terms and conditions. But after they have achieved what they wanted to do, they want to renege on the terms and conditions. Okay? That is the problem. It's not when you start using open source, you know exactly that they say that whatever that you use here will be in the public domain. You may not file patents on it. You know when you start.
So there's basically no way you can patent it.
But you know, you see, that's my problem. You see, you went there knowing, you read the terms and conditions, you tick the box that you are not going to get any personal protection out of it if you use their information as a basis. Okay? You know it. You tick the box and you agree to the terms and conditions. When you finish, hindsight, you want to change now, I want the patent. Go and read the terms and conditions. And if they agree for you to file a patent based on some manner of development and improvement, you can do that. There's no problem.
Awesome. Dr. Gwahile, am I pronouncing that correct? Thank you. Thank you so much. And to Ms. Lefono, thank you so much for such an insightful presentation. And also from our audience, the questions that you have asked, we hope that you are satisfied and are okay with them. If not, please do stick around. Also, you can chat to him later on. Moving on to the next topic. Thank you. All righty. So moving on to the next topic, which is masterclass design, thinking and ideation. Please help me welcome Ms. Dudu Mufugeng.
Hi.
One, two.
Who in the audience has ever used a product and thought that maybe she was involved or he was involved in the design of the product because the product is doing exactly what he or she wants it to do? You heard, and you heard as well. When we talk about the products that are delivering its promise, we are safe to argue that the designers of that product, they were doing what is called design thinking, what I'm going to be presenting today. I know as an entrepreneur myself, educator, and so many things, when we see such concepts, design thinking, as entrepreneurs, we always think, wow, what is this? Why can I, in my own company, afford to have a design thinking process? And I'll tell you now, you can. I am Dudu Mufugeng, an entrepreneur, a mother of four, a granny of four, an educator, a business coach, and a mentor. Let's now talk about design thinking and ideation. Okay. I'm stuck. There you go, this product, they never consulted me when doing it. Okay, thank you. So what are we gonna cover today? It's gonna be a very, very simple way of me trying to get everyone to understand what is ideation and what is design thinking. We're gonna be doing like, what is the objective of design thinking? Why do we have to do it? How and when is it necessary for us to do design thinking in our companies? And who can do it? Is it meant for big businesses or everyone can do it? That's what we're gonna do today. Number one, what is ideation? When we talk of ideation these days is a buzzword, okay? Everyone talks of ideation. It is my understanding that ideation is part of the design thinking. It is a process or it is a step in the design thinking, okay? When we are talking about ideation is nothing else. Is nothing else but generation or generating and communicating your ideas or your company ideas. When we now talk about design thinking, what are we talking about? Design thinking is the cognitive, the thinking. It is the strategic and practical process that underpins the design concept. And when you are designing or when you are coming with that design concept, you have an end user or the customer in mind. That's design thinking. So gone are the days where the manufacturers or the suppliers of the product, they will push product to us, and then we have to accept. Okay? So when you are involved in design thinking, in essence, you are challenging the existence of your product. As entrepreneurs, we know if our products, we cannot sell them, we won't make money. Simple as that, okay? And why? Why should we be doing design thinking? And who should be doing design thinking? Why? Why should we design thinking? First and foremost, we know as suppliers of products or as entrepreneur, if we do or we manufacture or we come up with an idea that it's not going to be taken by the market, why are we doing it? Why are we doing it? Also, when you embark on a design thinking process in your company, you begin to have insights about the end users, and you become innovative. And one product can come off with other products. Look at what the gentleman has said, the lawyer. He says Uber started in where? In which, started in where? But it started it was data or something like that. Yeah, in transportation sector. But now Uber is everywhere in the tech space. What are they doing? What are they doing? What made them to be? Because they have end user insight. They know what's your name, sir? They know what Karabo will be likely be wanting after the transport. That's design thinking, okay? It drives creativity and innovation. We all know one of the companies that I used to know was Kodak. I'm sure some of you would not even know it. Huh? Kodak, yes. You know it. Oh, okay. Oh. So one of the product, Kodak was one of those companies that but now where is Kodak? Innovation and creativity lacked. And probably design thinking was also absent in the company. What about Nokia? What about Nokia? Same thing. So I'm just gonna cover quickly the steps of design thinking. The very first step that you need to do in design thinking, you need to empathize. Empathize. What is empathizing? Okay? Empathizing means you get into the shoes of, there you go. You get into the shoes of your prospective customer. That's the first step. And secondly, you define the problem. You know exactly what is the pain that you are going to be solving. You don't sit there one day, you wake up and you're like, okay, and only to find that there are no people who wants magrinas. Okay? You then ideate. What is ideating? Ideating or ideation is coming with, I love to be helped. Oh,
Coming with an idea of the project that you want to do and how will you be able to run the project.
and it is a process. That's now ideation. And then we do what is prototype, a mock product, something that is next to the final product. And then we do the testing. Every time I present this, most entrepreneurs, they say, this is too high for us. And luckily the person is presenting to you guys. I have been a small entrepreneur. I ran my laundry business, commercial laundry, for 11 years, okay? And as entrepreneurs, what we need to understand is some of the things, we do them, but without realizing it is ideation or design thinking. Let me just draw a personal story from my business. I started my business, I think in 2007, 2008, a laundry company, a small laundromat. And then I was not happy. I then scaled and scaled and scaled to the level where I had a commercial laundry. And then I began to see that, no, I cannot look like everyone else. I need to position myself differently. And in doing that, I used to have every second, twice in a month, in my own house, I used to host the people that I'm targeting. And I would talk to them and say, hey, what do you think? How would you want a laundry? People came up with ideas. I remember there was this lady who came. I just called professional ladies in one event. And this woman said to me, you know what to do? If you can come up with a solution of removing a domestic worker in my house. And I asked her why. He said, Norman, my husband wears very expensive shirts and this woman is forever damaging my husband's shirts. And I cannot do them because I work. From there, I then said, okay, wow. Okay. I went to the office or to the factory and I said, guys, this is what is happening. And we used to have a huge facility on Fridays. We would then have drinks and everything. I told the staff, guys, this is what is happening. And one woman, Sis Emma, said to me, ma'am, let's do a combo. I said, what is a combo, House Emma? Can you imagine if a gentleman brings a suit and then we hoy shirts for free, we then hoy shoes for polish and ties. We tested that. And that was my most selling product. Did I know I was doing ideation? No, I didn't know until I went to UCT and paid a couple of $100 to be told by a professor that it's ideation, design thinking. So what I'm trying to say to you, do not undermine yourself. Don't be intimidated by these concepts. You are probably doing them, but you do not know that you are doing them. When can you do design thinking? When can you do design thinking? When can you start doing design thinking? As we have said, innovation. If you have already started, you want to innovate, you can do it. But also think, guys, think, couldn't design thinking help us in our business planning? Because we all know that in those business plans, they want a research. Couldn't we incorporate design thinking in there? I think so. It is when we are doing our business planning, when we want to continuously improve our services, and when we really, really want to solve problems. And we must remember, as entrepreneurs, we are paid just for solving people's problems. And hence, we have to use design thinking. Design thinking also, it refines your value proposition in the market. Okay? Because when you are involved in design thinking, you are always having the customer in mind. I used to, as I've told you, I used to be a Vasgoed woman. But when I was selling my services, I have never ever said to people I am doing laundry. People will meet me, what do you do? I said, I bring back your time. I said, I bring back your time. I give back your time. How so? I tell you, to do a laundry, whoever does a laundry here, it takes on average between 4 to 6 hours. Even more. Gentlemen would not know this, eh? I'm sorry, that's. So imagine if there's somebody like me who is willing to give you back your 6 hours. Was I doing laundry? No, I had you in mind. I had you in mind. I had contracts all over, like huge contracts, BMWs, whatever. I would go in those meetings when I'm pitching and I'm like, dude, if you wanna, I thought you were an MD, you're supposed to be doing strategic and whatever. I'm freeing your time here. Give me your laundry, I'll do it. And they would say, come do it here. I'm like, no, I can't do it in your premises. I need autonomy. I need independence. So that is design thinking. And I thank you, Dudu Mufokeng. I'm out of here.
Thank you so much, Ms. Dudu. Are there any questions from the floor? Okay, there is a gentleman there. I don't know if you have a microphone. Oh. Oh, they were just taking a picture. Okay. I'm sorry. Any questions?
No questions?
No questions? Okay. Thank you, ma'am. No, this shows that it was quite insightful and very comprehensive. I mean, there are no questions, so people are able to understand everything that you presented to us. Thank you so much. Oh, there is a question.
I can't let you go. Thanks. No, I'm actually fascinated by ideation, and I'm thinking it as a process whereby everybody goes through it. However, we don't get to like conceptualize it from start to finish. We end up it being an idea or a dream there. Then now, what would be the process of having an idea and you pursue it, even if it's like a minute or an idea that just crossed your mind, and you want to broaden it. You want to like put it to be an idea that is, yeah. Thanks.
As I've said, we are forever being bombarded with the word ideation. And we need to understand that ideation is the part of the process. And that process is design thinking. For you to be able to have an idea that you can commercialize it and extract value from it, please go through the 5 steps where you empathize first, you get into the shoes of your prospective customers, and then you define the problem. What is the real problem that you are trying to solve? And then after that, you ideate. What is to ideate? Is to use these techniques where you do brainstorming, you surveys, whatever, to extract information from your prospective clients. And then you prototype, and then you test. And then if you see ideation of that process and you don't see it as something that is standing on its own, then you might have better results.
Right. Thank you very much, Ms. Dudu. Just to round off this session, one thing that I'm picking up personally, I think which is very important for all entrepreneurs, is that you need to be customer centric. Entrepreneurs need to constantly be talking to customers. You need to have a solid relationship with customers. And in those discussions that you have with them, use those insights to create revolutionary products and services that actually their customers want. I always define failure as the inability to meet customer needs. So if you want to succeed, you need to be customer focused and customer centric. So I think the knowledge that was shared here is very important for all of us, irrespective, even if you are an active entrepreneur, already active, when you're launching a new product or a new service, you can still use methodologies such as this to improve. I think that is it for now. If I'm not mistaken, we are moving to the lunch. Yes?
Summary.
Okay. Summary needs to summarize. Okay, are there any other questions? Just general questions? Doesn't have to be necessarily related to the previous or the, yeah. On a mic.
I'm just thinking after hearing about ideation, what is the concept where you see a manufacturer making adverts based on how the consumer consumes the product, not the way they had pitched it initially? I'll make an example. I can just think of two items. The first one is Sunlight. It's a washing soap, but it was called a washing soap, which is a bar. And after a while, we just saw an ad where they have a baby using it as a bath soap now. So the people changed how the product is used, and the manufacturer then went back and made an ad. What do you call that? The second example is a liquor product. When I was drinking Moon some years ago, they used to have whiskey connoisseurs. These guys will tell you everything about whiskey and different types of whiskey based on where it comes from. And one thing they were insisting those days is that you mix it with water. Every time, mix it with water. It's best with water. But now, there's something which says Johnny and Peach. I mean, guys, do you know how sweet is a peach juice? And then they will say Johnny and what, Johnny and what. The same people about 10 or 15 years ago who were saying water. At worst, you can just use soda water or Indian tonic water. But they were just saying water, water, water. That is what they taught us. I mean, those guys, they would actually invite us to their events when we're still students. And we had that in our hand. They say the best way of consuming whiskey is with water. But the same people now, they sponsor on Channel 161, the program at 9, and Johnny Walker advertises a lot. You've seen them saying Johnny and Peach. But I say this comes from the consumers are mixing with whatever they like.
Understood.
Now, what do we call that when they take it based on how we consume the product?
Thank you for the question. Great question.
I think we need to exercise grace and be grateful for those companies who became woke, like the Sunlights of this world and the Johnny Walkers of this world. But we know in the past that as consumers, our products were pushed on us. Let's talk about Sunlight. If we are from Ekas, you know that there are a number of things. Repeatable, Sunlight. Just what about the shoe polish, the light brown? Okay, so what should you be saying now? You are saying you've got woke manufacturers who are customer centric, because now they have seen Ukuti, they can't be doing business as usual. Business as usual today is taking your customer in high standing. That's it. Look at Starbucks. Starbucks is one of the companies that uses design thinking. Look at, what is this company? Apple. Before Apple releases a phone, in US it's gone, because they had focus groups with us. They know what we want. Samsung as well, Samsung technology. I use Samsung in my house for most of my appliances because they do what I want them to do. So, Papa, they become woke. Let's forgive them.
Lena, to add on that. To add on that, money goes where there's attention. I understand. from an artist's point of view, you have to listen to your audience. All right. If Kia staging ki performer in an arena, Huskies, welcome home. Never exile. No, the most important thing, a human being, you must pay attention to your surroundings. I understand that. It goes beyond business. But then now, businesses now, everybody is smart enough. For example, I want to know if Oka checker, Savannah has a shock or advertise. Because as a wine, South Africans who come from Groovon, Banka Savannah, Babamu, but how yebo. Whatever like Israel. So, no, so Savannah saying, it's on that hype. It's if bad to that hype, or okay. Retweets a video this time, groove, and then by the skits. Nando's. It's killing the adverts like nobody's business. Nando's, chicken licking. Baba now, if tomorrow Wakare sell Ramaphosa or Gileo Enging, Baba's advert immediately. Because right now, the world of advertising, it has changed. Back then, advertising only through what? TV only. Now, that's what I was saying right now, already this product, even anyway, but we can go TV. But then now, the business, people only, smart or no. They spend about 500,000 for advert, yeah, 30 seconds. So now, repilakai, go phone, and there's a culture. That's why right now influencers are making money. Baramotuki content creator, and then client was saying, that's what okay. Or Kisamari or Okimang, Wajeva, only 5,000 followers, and about to Bam Murat. But under directly, Bato Kopanale consumer or customer. Because back then, the Santa Bashuto content, then a production company, that's money. But this people to shoot, our first shooter, that advertisement commission happen, that's money. I feel I go TV. Like you are not even at home. Yeah, advert. That time they paid for my 300,000. That's why the most expensive adverts, you know, kind of thing, their generations. Back then, because everyone, so that time slot, really expensive. But no, we are digital. One only 10 years, only TikTok. Every adult, 60 years, right now, everyone, only phone. So, okopala consumer directly. So that's why if Rekafadi influencer, Rekata 500,000 ela, Pampa fella 50,000. But the video guy 350,000. And on top of that, 120 poster, someone auto engager on that product immediately. So that's why right now the world of advertising and marketing is in Chile so much because of the culture, because of technology. That's why really you must pay attention to detail. Like if it's so you must see beyond. That's what these companies are doing right now. Hey, landscape is a so culture so reuser habasana stress, you know, the company for advertise. Banga Kespanyo Vesti Bamufa phone ya Samsung. Avita are dog chevelers. Oh, are hing there you phone ya intelligent. Stand direct, it's direct marketing. So naga experience yaga enyani yawa an artist. My point is, Lelimo, you must pay attention to detail. Now I can performer, go arena, who takes out my 10,000. Kehona feel a little mutu ola kwa, I'd say, ola kwa handrati, Yamona handrati, Baba Bore Lemo, one understand. Kibona everything. Marafuka saga ikai, it was so okay, all out say, Kisa inijaga mole. Change because how can focus content sang thing your self energy. That's why artistic on stage ba bang ka comedy but they bomb on stage or ka vene ke re o shwele a o la ra fedo mama o yo mpa na mashebele o la ra a shwa staging because the art o tshwanetse o understand batho le wena as a person o le mo tshwanetse like if you don't have to be an artist tshwanetse o hlalefe as a person if o bora shut up ba bona motho ke bua le ena o nshapa ka bomb ko taxing o tloele because o ridile eng room wa mo dira ke okay energy ha itsamaisetsana. So that's why o tlo kgona go achieve dintho tse itseng in life. It is because you see beyond. O kgona bona ka gore okay ha nka etsa so, you know. So le lona mo don't come here just nje for mahala. You must know gore lefatshe le gore o phomelle, you must pay attention to detail. That's why ke tsamaya ka Range Rover tse 4 tse two ke dipaki ke a dlala o bia sa ntho ke matla ma nka ka ina Range Rover. So I think no, because batho ba catering ba sa paka dijo ka kwa ke kopa ba teng batho ba tlotsang pitching ne ba teng ba pitching le teng batho ba tlo pitchang. Okay, so ne kopa re etse so a ke gore le ready na or re batla re le 5 minutes let's say breathe in after lona re a straight dijong then from mo ba tlo announce winner then ra tsamaya na ntse ke batla ho ja nna ke be honest ke batla company ka nona. So ba tlo pitchang re ka dlala music ba brother for 5 minutes ba ithole after bona nkare ba itira gore ba ifo ha ba fetsa ho pitcha re ya dijong then after dijo ba announce winner then ra tsamaya a ke tsebe na mo iPhone 13 Pro Max e ke rekileng last week nako ke 1343 ka pandemic ka level 5 ka corona. So ne kopa re nkeng 5 minutes ba tswe ba lo ke prepare ha ba boya mo ba presente ntho tsa bona then ba tlo announce a winner then raja ba ne chaile. That's it for the day. I hope lore le get something. I hope and pray. Mamelane aski sound engineer ba SABC 2 setse ba fihlile ne, so which means ba tlo streama ka exactly 2 by 5 to 2 ke kopa re siri hle ke busy ka fa re kopa askis my iPhone users kopa ka 5 to 2 re be re setse re dutsi re le ready then SABC e ra setse shoota be re dutsi then ba tlo shoota the pitching session ke batla heso ba mpone TV ba bona re di jokes di a patana. 1, 2, 2. 1, 1. Okay. Kopa misa ukiwaka. 1, 2, 1, 2. Rokopa. Bato picha mbagay. Rokopa di pitchist. Rokopa di picha. Leshota fela ka R fela. Leshota fela ka R. Or le kene kara. Why hona le? Why ki kutwa happy? Why am I hearing myself twice? It bangarna ke itata too much. The picture if it facilitator ufutlile baya kae ba ko staging kwa. Re kopa di facilitator go to staging. Because the picture had ka staging roba bona hore ba means ba ka scope. Abata. The picture go staging, please. Robatla shoot for SABC 2. Kausane le skare. Hey. Utlile SABC mar aratswa. Ma brother batla go venda kwa aba le bona ba be proud. Ba re ke bonne. Ke bonne. Le two fella. How can't you get the picture? Give that the pitching I look. How am I gents? I never release I-12. Who picture what you buy guy? Oh, Lunali group A1. Okay, Q1, 2, 3. Okay, get 3. Okay, group come. Team Rocket. Was that Team Rocket? Any Pokemon. Wa picture ka ba kona o tla ga idea picture no. Khale al teng ka ba kona alumiwa no. Kona feel wa zaking. Ba picture. Lwena bana ba hotse ko patsi pitching. Ka ba kona we nana no. Okay. Because I get battle. Okay. SABC 2. Le ready? I get something. Ke bona ba SABC. Ke gone o tlo hand over. Ke ba fe. Parce que ba mpua hampe ko TV. But we came, but then there was someone out there. I don't know what the presenter. Someone making was at the back. Okay, only someone happy online auto pitch. I think when the online, let's sorry a pitch it out of the way, then it saw. Rebonore, Majuang, SABC, the sharp. So think I hand over. Donala. Hale presenting. Oh, certainly so out. Okay. But like no so like shooter for TV. Or like what shoot out an apple. It's not Karaka when a TV. What was left? I want to say, look at tipsy yana. Kazaking. Okay, I think we're ready. Is everyone sharp? Okay, good. So I think is it safe to say that we can start ka phalela rona e sharp le yona sharp. Okay, ke kopa di microphone tse extra na from mo le tla ntshola ko dijong ne ke re fela ke fitis.
All right. Thank you so much, Samari. Peace. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Are we still alive? Are we happy to be here still? Okay, great. Guys, my name is Dedrick Selemale. I will be facilitating this teaching session. It is my privilege and honor and duty, of course, to finally present you, or rather usher you onto the second leg of our festival. I'm saying second last leg because this is the pitching session. Thereafter, we will have the voters role will come out. We will know who's walking away with the very prestigious prize that I will announce just now. But before we get to do that, let me quickly introduce our very capable panel of judges that are going to be helping us today to choose from the companies that will be presenting their ideas today, which one will walk away with the prize. And then I will announce what the prize will be. On my left here, we have Ms. Dudu Mofokeng. Mr. Dudu, good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
I'm very well, thanks. And yourself? Good, good. What would you say you're looking for from the companies that are pitching this afternoon?
We're looking for clarity. Clarity in your product and clarity in your market. And how are you going to make money? That is important.
Absolutely. Good luck, gentlemen and ladies. Clarity, make sure that we get that from your presentation. And secondly, we have Mr. Mighty Mabule. Mr. Mighty, good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon, sir.
I think you can use that microphone. Yes. Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Then you can pass it
yes, I
along.
can hear you.
All right. Please introduce yourself as well and just give our companies that will be pitching this afternoon, what advice would you give them?
Yes, as introduced, my name is Mighty Mabule from Mabule International. What I'm actually looking for is uniqueness, the value proposition. What do you think will make you different from other service providers that are in the sector that we belong to? Because we all know that competition is very rampant in the business space. So I'm looking for that uniqueness. What's your value proposition? What's your competitive advantage? Thank you.
Thank you so much. And lastly, on our panel of adjudicators is Dr. Hamilton Mpidi. Doctor, good afternoon and welcome.
Thank you.
Great. Just as Ms. Dudu and Mr. Hamilton has done, or rather Mr. Mighty has done, can you kindly give our companies that will be pitching today the advice? What is it that you are looking for specifically from them?
Yeah, I'm an academic, so I want to see if you've got a market research. You don't tell me that this product is got a market, but you actually haven't done market research.
Absolutely.
So I'm interested on the market and from authentic sources. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. And to the companies that will be presenting just now, I just need to say to you, you have got 5 minutes. So this is your business. This is your idea. You understand it better than everyone here. So please do sell it to us in the next 5 minutes and make sure that you use this opportunity to wow our judges as well. But also make sure that you don't leave anything outside the 5 minutes. You being here, you are already a winner. You being here, you are already, done so much to be recognized. So all you need to do now is to just convince us that you've done your research, that you understand your product, and that you are ready for the challenge. Are we going to do that? Congratulations, and also all the best in your presentation. The first company that I'm going to call to present to us their idea, what their company is all about, and for those that have got their prototypes as well on stage, is going to be Binary Bit Technologies. It will be represented by Mr. Kau Moropa, and in his capacity as a director and project manager. Ladies and gentlemen, can you please welcome Binary Bit Technologies with a huge round of applause?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to open with a quote by the former president of United States, and I quote, okay, the world is very different now, for man holds in his mortal hands the power to abolish all forms of human poverty and all forms of human life. Yeah. So you all know that the world has changed drastically, and IT specifically has led about that change. The other point, I strongly believe that the power that man holds in his mortal hands to abolish all forms of human poverty is IT. Okay, I'm Kaumu Ropa, as I've been introduced, and I'll be I'm here representing Binary Bits Technology, along with my colleague, Mr. Maseri Matlala. Okay. Now the problem. South Africa is facing many social economic challenges, as you know. The top being a high unemployment rate, poverty, and then social inequality. As you can see from the picture that's on the top, we have on the one side neighborhood, affluent neighborhood, and on the left we have a neighborhood which is stricken with abject poverty. We also have low levels of education. And then the digital divide is compounding the effects of this social economic challenges. So now the solution, our proposed solution that we found, we can address this problem by bridging the digital divide through using ICT. By developing ICT solution primarily for consumers and businesses in the township and rural economy. We feel that the businesses that are in the township and rural economy are in a way marginalized as far as IT is concerned. So what we as Binary Bit Technology do, we approach businesses like the ones that's shown on the bottom screen, on the bottom side of the screen, where we approach businesses in the informal sector, like the hawkers in the street. We actually interview them and try to find out like what IT are they currently using in their business, and what IT can we bring about in their business to improve the way they run their business. Yeah. Okay, I'll now like to hand over to my colleague.
Thank you very much. My name is Masedi Matala, as he has introduced me. I'm the project manager for Binary Bits Technologies. I'll just quickly take you through some of the projects and products that are involved in or that we are actually rendering in our business. Firstly, some of our services are, your tech consultancy, cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, mobile app development, web-based applications and business applications, software development, robotics, and in the ICT infrastructure, we have your infrastructure design and installation, smart home system installations as well, and also your hardware support. And I will just quickly go through each and every one of those services that I've just spoken to via our clients. We've got 4 of our biggest clients. One of them is Kumbule Kaya, not Kumbule Kaya, the one that you see on SABC. No, Kumbule Kaya is a Stokvel, which I actually am the chairperson, and he's the vice chairperson. Kumbule Kaya is a Stokvel that was started by Navy personnel with the idea of, having a way of traveling. As you know, navies, they switch them. If you are from Pretoria, they take you down to Cape Town. If you're in Cape Town, they take you to Pretoria. So they wanted a system that will make them easy, that will make their traveling easier. So Kumbule Kaya, most of the systems that they are having, we are actually rendering their services. One of them being that we are trading for them. But how are we doing that? We are trading for them using robotics. We've got robots that we are using that trades on behalf of Kumbule Kaya. So it's one of the the initiatives that we are doing for Kumbulekaya. We have hostings for their websites, their domains, and everything like that. We also have this senior management system that we have developed for Kumbulekaya as well. And I will jump to one of our clients who we have a big project coming, which is MA Holdings. They want a software automation system that will make their management, so they are sort of running away from a paper. They want a paperless system in a sense that if maybe, for example, one wants to apply for a leave, they shouldn't, sign on a document and send it to the manager, and the manager signs it or authorizes it. But everything will be seamless online. So another new client is Mpofu Attorneys. With Mpofu Attorneys, we also have systems that we are running for her as well, and we also have upcoming projects that we are going to render for her. Also, she also wants some kind of a content management system, some sort of a filing system. As we know, our attorneys, they use a lot of files, so they want a similar system that will be easy for them to be able to file. Another big one, it's Chinaki Group. Most of you might be familiar with it. We are hoping to have a very good working relationship with them, with the upcoming project. Okay, let me quickly run to other project that we want to do, which is the I Can Do app. The I Can Do app, it's one of the biggest apps that we actually want to. Oh, okay, all right, thank you.
I'm sorry, I had to be that guy. I have to be fair, right? We did say it's going to take 5 minutes, but ladies and gentlemen, let's give the Binary Bit Technologies a huge round of applause on their presentation. I have my judges here. They've been listening to the presentation. And thank you so much, gentlemen, for a beautiful presentation. I think it is also important to acknowledge that these innovators are coming from our communities, and they understand the importance of a digital transformation, particularly in the community in which we stay in South Africa. I did say yesterday, for those that were here yesterday, that South Africa is still a developing economy. So we need brilliant minds like these to ensure that we can compete on a international level, particularly on digital initiatives. But also the reason why we're here and why we're doing this and why these companies decided that today they're going to face the fear, they're going to get their product and ideas to the people is because as Africa beyond the fourth industrial revolution, the company that will be chosen by our judges this evening, or rather this afternoon, as the best company that understands their brand, that presented well, that answered some of the criteria that they are going to use to ensure that the presentation covered all those concerns or pain points, or they were clearly a problem that we can solve from that presentation. They're going to be walking away with an 18-month business incubation program with a team that has over 40 years of experience combined. Can we have a round of applause for that? Through this business incubation program, obviously, the company will have access to business development support that includes guidance, training, tools, including workshops as well, 360 growth will assessment, financial and project management. They will also have access to infrastructure, and we're talking about boardroom facilities, formal office space, hot desk spacing, and of course, a fiber connectivity. They will also have access to a network of local and international public and private sector partnerships. They will also have got access to Small Enterprise Development Agency, which is the SEDA, the local branch for SMMEs development services. And that's not all. They'll also have access to coaching and mentorship support. Obviously, we want to ensure that the business idea or the concept obviously reaches fruition stage. So with that also comes access to markets and pipelines, access to funding and network opportunities. I think that this is what every business needs. Let's also give a huge round of applause to our sponsors of this program. Judges, I am happy I'm not one of you today because I think your responsibility is huge. If the first presentation is anything to judge by or to go by, I think we have got an afternoon full of mind-blowing ideas. But now let me start on my left with Ms. Dudu Mufokeng. Do you have any question for our company that has just presented now, Binary Beat Technologies? Did you get everything that you wanted out of them?
Well done, gentlemen. When you were presenting, I was kind of lost, okay? When the gentleman, the first guy was presenting, first thing that came to mind, what solution are you bringing on the table? That was the first thing, because you gave me an idea that you were looking after the spouses. But when he was making a presentation, it then changed. So you need to refine how you present yourself. That is number one. With that, I was also thinking maybe you're a research company, because you said you go and ask the companies what they need. So you had lost me already. And I then concluded that there is a mismatch between what he is presenting and what you have presented. I think you need to come together when you are presenting and make sure that there is a synergy between your presentation.
The presentation from Binary Beat Technologies answer all your questions. We have any questions for them to what
Okay, thank you. Thank you, facilitator, for the opportunity. It's unfortunate that gentlemen couldn't finish their presentation. So we'll actually base our questions on the information that they've given us. But to be honest, you guys didn't really give us or give me much in terms of your value proposition, because as a startup, competition is very rampant in that space. And you need to clearly indicate what will differentiate you from other players that are there. You seem to have identified the problem that exists. I mean, everyone knows that entrepreneurs and SMMEs in the townships and the rural areas are struggling to participate in the mainstream of economy because of number of reasons, I mean, related to the IT and so on. And it's even worse in the rural areas. But in terms of the solution, like my colleague has indicated, there's some kind of a mismatch. I mean, I was excited when the first presenter was talking about, the entrepreneurs in the rural areas and the township not accessing some opportunities. But when the second presenter came, it was something different. Yeah, so you really have to look at that. And also in terms of your target market, there's a correlation between literacy and entrepreneurship. If you are just talking about entrepreneurs in the township and you are showing us that picture, some of those workers can't even write their names, and you want to bring IT processes and innovation. You need to really indicate the segment that we'll be dealing with, because you'll be surprised that this woman can't even write his name, can't even write the name. And you are saying to her, this is a platform that you must use to participate in the mainstream of the economy. So please, you need to refine your presentation. But it's very encouraging to have such, assisting entrepreneurs and SMMEs in the township. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Unfortunately not. And I think my colleagues have spoken. There was a mismatch and I won't repeat that. But I think from my side, what I would say is that although you seem to have an understanding of the problem, but then the solution was vague. And your solution, it lacks what we call, there is no inventive steps. So it means that it's obvious what you're proposing. And you know, when you say you want to address digital divide is very broad, it's very big. You have to have relevant stakeholder. You have to have a very good model framework to address that. And you guys failed to demonstrate that. I don't know whether it was contained in your later slides, but you didn't have that. When you present or when you pitch, there need to be a sequential order. One must be able to follow without asking questions. And that, I think you guys like that. So there is a room for improvement. But my colleagues have indicated you guys have a lot to work on if you want to win the competition or to be, anywhere in the world stage. You really need to improve. Thank you.
Now it is time for us to I'm really hoping that we have what to follow after dynamic technology. You guys are at an advantage because now you already know what the judges are expecting to hear from you. So now the CEO of IHB Corp, represented by Mr. Thomalolo Mpande, will be next. 5 minutes. Please do come forward and present to us your idea. Tell us what your company does and what problem have you identified in the community and what are you going to do to solve it. A huge round of applause for
Greetings to all. Well, I go by the name of Red Sate. I'm here to present to you guys a software created by our company called IHB Corp. Well, a company which was born last year, and it was registered late last year in September. Well, alongside me are my fellow partners, and they go by the name of Thomalolo Mpande and Onalena Rakot. And our aim as a company, well, firstly, let me start off by saying our company is very broad. For starters, right now, we started with manufacturing softwares. And hence I say our company is broad, which it's a ladder that we're taking to grow our business, to also look at other sides of the business world, which we formerly would look into. So I'm gonna pass on the mic to my partner to brief you on what we do actually.
Good day, how are you? I'm okay. My name is Thomalolo Mpande, and then I'm with the IHB Corporation. And then, okay, let me get straight to it. Let's talk about the future. ASI or AI has been getting more popular and more powerful. And then with that being said, we're in the easiest era to make money. Well, it's not that easy, but then it's not that hard as it used to be. And then talking about money, like for a fact, if you save it today, it will save you tomorrow. But then we came up to a solution that, okay, why save money when you can make it multiply? So we came up and created a computer program that uses AI technology. And then we call it the Fulcrum. Now, the Fulcrum is a piece of software that uses internal algorithms to take care of any price analysis. And then creating the Fulcrum, we make sure that we get involved with the biggest financial market there is out there. Because of we saw, let me just say, a technology gap because of central banks are involved, even the local banks and also individuals. And then we put this together so that people can save time. Like 9 to 5 nowadays is like a prison. And then we came up with this computer software that is user-friendly. It's 100% fully automated. And then it's also flexible, heavily encrypted as well. And then I think that's it. We don't have enough time to do everything.
You still have about a minute?
About a minute.
Yeah, 2 minutes.
Oh. Okay, so the benefits of using the software is that it catches things that you can catch with your normal human eye. And then it reduces emotional involvement because of where there's money, people are not fully relaxed. Like people are not willing to risk their capital and all that. So we make sure that putting this together, we code something, and then with the help of technical tools, we made sure that we come up with something that's quite unique. It's 100% fully automated. I think today there's nothing like this out there. People have tried, but then they came up with systems that are fully 100% fully automated. So we made it happen. It's here, it's ready. It's not just an idea, it's a full prototype. So yeah, that's it from us today.
Like my partner has just said, well, these are just pictures of the software, the Fulcrum software. So as he said, it's just that we don't have enough time to be showing you guys the practical side of it. So these are just pictures of what it can do. Yeah, it's a software that downloads money, and we use it in US dollars. You can use it in your GBP pop.
Oh, sorry, I forgot that I've got this one on. I just wanted to say that another huge round of applause. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you so much. I have to be fair, gentlemen. We all have got 5 minutes. To the companies that are here to present, make sure that in the 5 minutes you capture everything. As we have seen with IHD Corp, they sold the company to us to a point whereby they still had minutes left and they didn't know what else to add in there. So back to our judges, Miss Tudu. Let me start with the ladies first again.
It is an honor. Gentlemen, thank you so much for your presentation. I've got few questions for you. The first question is, who are your customers? Just hold on, I'm gonna wanna ask them all. And what problem are you solving? And how are you planning to roll this solution to the market?
Okay, I'd first start off by your first question. Our target market is our youth. We target the youth, any age actually, middle class. Yeah, also your business companies can also take this software and like also in sort of invest in the software. Your big companies, yeah. And your second question was,
What problem are you solving?
what problem? Okay, I'm gonna use an example. Let's say right now, if Cyril Ramaphosa was here, would pitch up to him and pitch it up to him actually, and sell the product to him because we see ourselves actually one day selling the product to the state of South Africa. So it's a matter of helping South Africa, helping the world, and just helping everyone, because this project is about changing people's lives. And yeah, so we invest in, let's say Cyril Ramaphosa would invest in this software. So we'd sell it to him and he'd buy the software for the entire South Africa. Oh, what will make him buy the product? There are advantages in using this and disadvantages as well. So your advantage is, well, firstly, this thing does everything for you. So I'm going to give you an example. We have your manual traders and your automated traders, right? So for instance, let's say you're a manual trader, right? You'd sit on your phone and make sure you take entries on your own, right? But with this, it does everything for you, right? You don't have to sit on your phone. You don't have to be checking on your entries or your trades or yeah, and so forth. So this thing is about doing everything for you and making money while not doing anything at the same time. So, I mean, you can sleep while this is on, so it's still gonna make money for you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Letlhogonolo Mpande. Off to Mr. Mighty Mabule. How did you experience IHB Corp as a company and as a product?
I'm still struggling to understand the problem that they're solving. And I think my colleague has covered my questions. But you see, gentlemen, you're going into a space that is actually, you know, full of scams and frauds and lies and so on. Now, when you present, you must present in a manner that your audience, whoever is listening to, will be able to say, I trust these guys. Now you are saying to us, if the state president was here, he will take his billions away, definitely, and come to you. But you must convince us. You must say to us, I mean, this is my credibility. These are my credentials. You know, this is the regulatory bodies that I actually comply with. You are going to a very serious space where people, you know, people have lost money. There's scams, there's faffies. Then now you are coming and say people must take their money and just give it to you. And I don't want to mention your age. I don't want to create an impression that you can manage billions. But when you present, you must say to us, please trust us. And these are the reasons. And I fail to get that, especially the space, such a lady. I mean, please work on that, gentlemen. Right? Yes, thanks.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mighty. Dr. Mpidi, please sum it up for us.
All right, thank you. Look, I was so excited when you start because you are touching the space, as my colleague said, fintech. I was excited because wherever I travel in the world, I found people give me a fintech, you know, a presentation where they want to tell me about e-wallet, which is already there. But I was excited. Okay, I'm not a forex guy. But now I got confused. I didn't understand what problem are you solving. Then I just got confused that who's the market for this? You know, it was not clear. So, gentlemen, when you are pitching, you need to clearly articulate the problem you are solving and what is that their technology is solving, you know. And you guys didn't, and my colleagues have said. I'm from an academic background, as I mentioned, and I always tell entrepreneur researchers that when you pitch, avoid graphs that confuse people. Be simple, straight to the point. Because some investors, they don't want to see those graphs. They just want to see what is the value proposition. So I think you need to work on that. To wrap it up, you must not use statements that will, you know, sabotage you. Don't say that this is fully automation. Nothing has no automation like this before. No, automation is everywhere. A lot of things are automated. So be careful of those statements. And my colleague talks about the security. Maybe, but in closing, tell me how secure is this platform? Thank you.
Thank you so much. How secure is your platform?
Well, that is the most famous question anyone would ask, right? About the software. I mean, you'd want to make sure if your money is safe, and what if someone tries to hack the system, right? So, how secure is the system? Firstly, it is heavily encrypted, which deals with so many firewalls. Actually, let me pass on the mic to the code guy.
While I do that, there's a question popping into my head, right? As Dr. Mpili has said, I'm also from the academic background, and I'm also, my background is IT, and he's mentioning a lot of firewalls, and that's my space, and I'm very interested. I need you, when you answer Dr. Mpili, maybe you can answer my question as well. I think what the judges and the audience perhaps are trying to get from you is that this is a trading platform, right? And this trading platform is protected by X, Y, and Z. And this is the functionality of this trading platform. And the value proposition of our platform, as opposed to the million platforms that are already there, is 1, 2, 3. You can trust us because we are affiliated with this and this and this and institution. And that's the sort of presentation that we want. But then now I want to ask you, are you working with any technological company that's offering you all this support, or are you fully an independent company that's providing all these functionality from security to operation to monitoring and to marketing as well?
Okay, let me start off with like what solution are we bringing to the table? First of all, like Forex is like goes by so many names. People say it's a scam because of people have been using it to I don't know to benefit or scam people. Now where we step in is that like it's been growing. It's the biggest financial market out there. It's even bigger than the stock market. Now people are interested. Young people above 18, old people, but then what they lack is the time to learn. And then the phase, like the emotion phase that they go through of losing money or blowing account. So that's where we step in. We designed this, we came up with this, and then just that like we can't do a practical, like we've done some back testing over 7 years ago just to make sure that this thing, if a person buys this, will they lose their funds? Like we involve risk factors, the profit rate and everything. And then why should people trust our product? Okay, first of all, we have a trusted broker. They have the cyber security and everything. They've been in the game for quite some years. We did a very good background coming to this. And then we work with them. So what we do is that, okay, we sell this thing. Selling this thing, we ensure people that, okay, with us, we guarantee you no loss. It won't be profit every day, but then we guarantee you no loss. Those people that...
Sorry to interrupt you. I need you in 2 seconds. Please answer the questions. Don't redo the presentation. What you're telling us now should have been in the presentation earlier. 2 seconds so that I can be fair to everyone. Can we trust the software? Why can we trust the software? In 2 seconds. If you fail, then I'm gonna have to cut you short.
Okay, sir. Okay, yes, you can trust the software. Why? It's heavily encrypted. Okay, what do I mean by that? Okay, we used Python to do this. And then most would say, okay, yeah, like it is hackable. Like maybe there's a dude in Russia that can crack it. Okay, cool, that's true. But like it's not that easy. But then once you do that, like there's an include file in there.
Okay.
So basically the person that can hack it is me.
Thank you so much. I'm looking at the interest of time, gentlemen. You've done an amazing job by presenting your company, how you understand it. But I think if I have to take the message from our judges, do proper research in terms of the technology that you're trying to bring to us. Look at the pros and cons. Look at what is already available into the market, and also identify what niche your product would present it to us. But nonetheless, as we said, that is why we have Africa Beyond, the fourth industrial revolution, to help us. Perhaps, there is a, I don't know, research gap that we identify from these ones, but we have got, subject matter expert within the community of AB4R, and that is where we needed you to take the stand. And I have to commend you for your courageous, steps that you took from having an idea and also building it to the level that it is right now and coming to present it here. Who knows, you might actually walk away with this 18-month business incubation, because we are not here to say you're not good. We are here to say, where are you lacking and where can we come in with all the networks and the relationships that we have. Another round of applause for HIB Corp. Thank you so much. Right, let me take a quick breather, Ms. Tudu and Dr. Mpidi. Are we moving into the right direction? Looking at the two presentations that we just had now, do you have, or these presentations, do they instill any confidence in you to say, we've got a lot of innovative entrepreneurs in our community, and we have clearly identified where the gaps are at, and we are ready, as the people that have walked this journey before, to help them, to incubate them, to guide them and connect them to the right people.
Yeah, two things for me. I think the presenters that came here, they need a lot of training on pitching. They've got something, but they are not articulating to the satisfaction of the investors or the judges. So they need training. Lastly, can you go and Google Blue Ocean strategy? So Blue Ocean strategy, it says go and create a market where there's no competition. Not that you are afraid of competition, but now they're taken to a market where the market is saturated. There's just so many people, but now they are failing to distinguish the competitive edge of their business. And I think that's where they need. So let them go and work. Yeah, thank you.
Ms. Tudu, thank you so much, Dr. Mpidi. Yeah.
What is important when you are trying to pitch is to convince the person within a minute of your pitching. If you have lost me in that minute, there is absolutely nothing you can do. And as Doctor is saying, it is always best to look at the markets that there's no much competition. Truly speaking, I did not understand your solution. And then right through the presentation, I realized you are a Forex guy. And then what happens, you also need to know the product that you are bringing in the market, how is it perceived by the market? Okay? And also, please, guys, do not make general statements. Do not just say things. Do not shoot from your hip. If the president is here, he can buy. No.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mofokeng. To the companies that have already presented to us, I just want to highlight this fact to you that the AB4IR is here. It's operating every single day. They've got state-of-the-art equipment and technology. So if you don't walk away with the 18-month incubation program, you still have got the facility. Come and use their space. Come and work from here. Do proper research. Everything is for free. As long as you've got the tenacity, as long as you are hungry enough for it, use the facilities, use them, and make sure that next time or next year, when we have another forum like this one, you will be 10 steps ahead to where you are today. But nonetheless, good luck to you. I'm going to call on the third company on stage. I do believe that we have got another company that will be pitching to us online. May the people that are responsible for connecting us let me know. Okay, we don't have them anymore. Okay, great. Then it is my privilege and honor to now welcome on stage Swift Learning Academy. It is represented by Mr. Lisian Tsani and in his capacity as the director. A huge round of applause for Swift Learning Academy. Mr. Tsani, good afternoon and welcome. You have got exactly 5 minutes. Make sure that you capture the judge's attention in the first minute. Then you can use the 4 minutes, for just to make your presentation beautiful. But make sure that we understand what the Swift Learning Academy does and who is the targeted market. and also what is the problem that you are trying to solve. Good luck, and your 5 minutes starts now.
Thank you. My name is Lisian Zane. I'm representing Swift Learning Academy. 80% of South African learners who attend rural and township schools rank low in tests for reading, comprehension, STEM knowledge, and digital literacy. This is information sourced from the Science, South African Science Journal, as well backed as well by the World Bank and the UNESCO reports. Meet Tsepo. He's like many of the students that you find in the public high schools in our townships. He's a 16-year-old grade 10 learner and wants to be an engineer. He needs after-school learning support to improve his grades. However, capacity and resources make this difficult. There are over 3.9 million learners in South African public high schools, and he's one of many learners in public high schools aspiring to get to matric and ultimately to college or university. Here's the solution we're presenting. Our solution has to include like self-paced learning, interactive content, career guidance, skills development in terms of like your financial literacy, coding, as well as leadership skills, student support, as well as digital inclusion. We are Swift Learning Academy, new and innovative approach to learning. We are currently developing Swift Learning app, which is an EdTech learning platform. It has an interactive learning content that has audio visuals, as well as a whiteboard instructional learning. It encourages self-learning, self-paced learning, graded assessments, as well as AI-based career counseling, which includes like your IQ tests and EQ tests that learners can take on the app. It also has vocational skills development courses like coding, financial literacy, leadership skills, as well as entrepreneurship. Learners can track their progress through the dashboard by taking the graded assessments as well as completing the learning content. The parents can also get involved in the learning of their children by checking the parents' dashboard. We also have digital extracurricular activities like gaming, as well as the science club. Our business model is basically B2C, with our revenue model being a monthly subscription or an annual subscription. Our distribution channel is through public high schools, whom we will be partnering with to endorse our app to the learners. Our customers, the main customer is the parent, and the learners are the users. All our payments are collected through our voucher payment system with our partner called Blue Label Telecoms. This ensures that each and every learner that accesses the app can use a voucher payment method without having to depend on having to use a debit card or a credit card, which most of our township parents struggle with when trying to make online payments. So the voucher payment system is available just like buying airtime at the spaza shop, through all the corners of the country. Our traction to date, we've recently participated in the Cape Town Innovation Initiative, where we were the runner-ups in the EdTech segment. We also participated in the Ingenie, where we were part of 10 African EdTech startups to go for their camp. We already have a contract in place with Blue Label Telecoms. We have a media partner with Springs Advertiser because our company is based in Springs. The Department of Education in Ekurhuleni is aware of us and has endorsed us to say like we should go to the schools and get as many schools as possible. We also participated in the SAIS program that was run through like MLab, where we completed the bootcamp. We were top 10 in that category. Here's the team. It's myself, Lisian Zane. I'm an alumni from YALI, Young African Leaders Initiative, done by the UNISA Business School. I'm currently completing my postgraduate diploma in business management. And Ms. Karabo Sibanyoni is handling operations. He's a BSc Mechanical Engineering graduate from WITS. And Clifford Mlochwa is a BSc Computer Science graduate. Here's our board of advisors. Is Dr. Harris Maduko, which is a lecturer and has a PhD in economics at UKZN. he helps us with education advisory. And there's Mr. Tshegofatso Makafula, who has a master's in education from UP. He is also our digital education advisor.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Lucia Nzane, for a beautiful presentation. I say beautiful presentation, all of them were beautiful, but you can judge for yourself from the audience, right? Dr. Piri, coming from an academic background, let me start with you. What do you think of a Swift Learning Academy? The presentation, the service offering, and also the value proposition.
Thank you, moderator. Yeah, I think this was a better presentation, to be honest. You flew, one can hear what you're solving. So look, for me, my question always been, did you do a market research in terms of, you mentioned you rely on the stats on the source, but have you spoke to parents? Have you spoke to schools?
We've actually done like, and as part of our design thinking process, we have a tutoring project that we normally run on Saturdays. We've engaged with the parents whereby we're doing like empathy mapping and validation learning, whereby we actually got to understand the problems that the parents are actually facing in terms of having to support or take participation in the after school learning of their children. On top of that, we actually like engaged with the learners. Initially, we just started with creating like the wireframes just to create a prototype to sort of present to the learners to demonstrate to them how would this app actually work. And we took their input in terms of the type of features that they would basically need from the app to improve their learning. So the app was basically done with the user in mind, which is the learners. It's not something that we just woke up one day and we just decided we want to do it because there was a COVID-19 pandemic and we had to rely heavily on online learning. It's something we are involved in education on a day-to-day basis, and these are the people that actually like told us about their challenges that they experienced heavily during the COVID-19. And we wanted to come up with a solution that transcends beyond the challenges that they had due to the pandemic and beyond, as part of like the digital inclusion, as part of in order for the public learners as well to be in line with the global education standards, which is moving into like the digital world.
Moderator, just quickly, is this new? Who are your competitor? Lastly, what stage of development is it? Is it prototype, proven? Quickly, just be brief, please.
Okay. I'll just start with the competitors. Our competitors are the companies like Siavula. The second competitor will be Watobi, which is based in Cape Town. The other one is Matrix Live. I'll just mention those three for now. One of the most notable edtech companies is Byju's, which is based in India. Yes. The second question was?
Stage of development.
Stage of development. We have currently developed up to 25% of our app. So there isn't a product that is out there yet. However, we did do a proof of concept through like a prototype that we developed on that only like, that didn't have a back end code, but only like demonstrated the user interface and the user experience. So that's how we got the proof of concept to ensure that the app actually addresses the needs and challenges of our intended users. What was the third question? We actually need more funding so that we can because we've been bootstrapping. The only time we've only managed to raise capital. We've only managed to raise capital once, whereby like we've won 12,000 in Cape Town as the runner-ups in our EdTech category. Other than that, we've been bootstrapping all the resources trying to, hence I mentioned Fiverr. We're using a lean startup approach because we don't have like resources whereby like we use freelancers to help us with the development and the curriculum content creation. And I did mention some of the in our ask slide that we're basically like, in order for us to go to get to be market ready, we need partnerships with, for an example, like let's say TUT or like Tshwane TVET College, whereby like they have like the Department of Education. Instead of us heavily to rely on the freelancers to help us develop the content, the learning content that is comprehensive and interactive to ensure like that learners are able to digest the content effectively. We can partner with institutions like that, as well as the telecoms companies like your Telkom, Vodacom, to ensure that there is a product that is specific for learning. We have like in terms of making sure that data is cheaper. For an example, like they can have, say, like 1 gig for Swift Learning, it's 10 rand or 20 rand. That is specifically for learning, because they already have products like your WhatsApp, social media bundles, and so on and so forth. So they are like Telkom Future Makers, actually, like we are in talks with them. So it's something that is in process that can be like finalized very soon.
Yeah, Mr. Mabule. Thank you so much. You caught the presentation almost at the end. I'm not sure if you have got any question or if you got anything to say to Swift Learning Academy. I'm just asking because I don't want to leave you out. Yeah. Thank you. A huge round of
Thank you
applause,
very
ladies
much.
and gentlemen, for Swift Learning Academy. We are almost at the end of our pitching session. I have to say thank you so much, audience, for also paying attention. I think your response also helped us understand that you are here with us. It is not just the judges that are listening and judging, but also you are helping us, ensure that what we are scoring or what our judges are scoring is exactly what you got as well. So now on the last one, or the company that is to present lastly, it is Mr. Thabang Chilwane. He is the CEO and co-founder of Block. I'm not sure if I am pronouncing it correctly. He will be telling us about what is their innovative or digital idea, what does Block does, what problem are they anticipating to solve in their community. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, that all the companies that presented here this afternoon have got an equal opportunity to walk away with an 18-month business incubation program hosted by Africa Beyond the Fourth Industrial Revolution and all the other stakeholders that are supporting this initiative. And as I said earlier on, that even those that do not walk away with this contract, you still have got all the facilities that the AB4IR has got to offer. So it is entirely up to you to ensure that you keep refining your idea, you keep working on your business structure and model up until it gets to a level whereby we can all enjoy your company. Mr. Thabang Chilwane, your 5 minutes starts now. As Swift Learning Academy has done, ensure that in the first minute, we know exactly what you're about. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm just sad that SABC2 left. I wanted to be on TV so much, but it's okay. It's okay.
Speak up so that judges
Can you hear me? Okay. I want to take your imagination for a moment. Imagine now after this conference or event, you go to your car, and when you get to your car, you sit at the back and the car is on autopilot. The car is an EV, electric motor vehicle. So you're going to Cape Town, okay? So now when you get into a car, you give it the coordinates or destination to OR Tambo. When you get to OR Tambo, obviously you cannot fly with the car, you just have to park it there. Now, because it's an EV, it can drive itself. Now, you take your flight and you go. So you log onto your mobile and you are able to give the car instructions to take a to become a robo taxi, basically become an Uber by itself, transporting people within your absence, making money for you and for its service rather. So now one would ask, how will that be possible? How will payments be made? That's where we come in as Block. So now we are becoming a bridge between, in the digital economy rather. We are a bank, we're making banking, banking is made easy through us. About Block. The name Block comes from blockchain. If anyone knows about blockchain would understand what I'm talking about, but okay. Blockchain, we are a decentralized financial service provider that is bridging a digital economy, a more fair, accessible, efficient, and transparent. Why Block? We believe that anyone, anywhere should be able to easily and securely send and receive money immediately using a trusted and easy to use platform for accessing the broader digital economy. Our vision is to increase the freedom of money globally. We believe that by spreading this freedom, we can significantly improve lives around the world. And our mission is to be the banking service provider on the blockchain ecosystem. Why Block again? We are one-stop shop on a digital economy, offering a variety of activities. One is payment gateway, investing option, NFT marketplace, which Thabang speaks highly about, and betting marketplace. So now, when you log into Block, you are able to bank, send money, save money, receive money within the very same platform, invest within the very same platform, access NFT marketplace and a betting marketplace. So we will be using highly sophisticated APIs that will be on our system. So it will ease these processes. So yeah, that is basically Block in a nutshell. Yeah. See you at the bank.
Okay, nice, sweet, and short. Definitely you're gonna see us at the bank. I'm not too sure. Our judges will tell me if I'm ready to transact with Block. Did it answer all your concerns? What are your questions that you have for Block, Mr. Fugeng?
I would like to see you at the bank, Mr. Block. But however, I'm just concerned about the industry. It's highly monopolized. And there are high restrictions in the financial service sector. How are you planning to circumvent those?
Okay, true, it is highly monopolized. Hence, we are building on a blockchain platform, not in a traditional ecosystem. So we are building, it's a decentralized digital bank, first of its own in an African soil. So other regulations won't affect us, although some will. You know, innovation is faster than regulators. So there are no regulations yet that affect us at the moment. Yeah.
I hope you answered, Ms. Mofokeng. Mr. Mabule, over to you, sir. Are we ready to transact with Block? What are your concerns? What are your questions? And also, what are you happy about?
You know, what is amazing, our colleagues is they give the guarantees. They give us guarantees.
Right.
When pitching and guarantees around financial transactions. I think maybe the first advice that I want to give you, my brother, one of the fundamentals of entrepreneurship is time management. And what do I mean by that? If you can't manage time properly to your own benefit, you can't really be an entrepreneur because everything revolves around time. So when you give examples like in your introduction, make sure that the examples is relevant to the current situation. Because if you talk about, the time where we'll have a vehicle that is able to drive itself from OR Tambo to Magurunga Mbahlele and so on and so forth. Now you're basically saying the platform that we're actually introducing is not relevant now because you don't have such vehicles. So you must make sure that the time that you spend articulating anything is relevant to the innovation and the presentation that you are making. Because the purpose is to convince these people to invest their money and support you. Right? So if the example is not relevant, just leave it, my brother. Right? Yeah, you'll articulate it when time allows. And again, be clear on the target market. Be very clear in terms of who you are targeting. So it's very difficult for me to agree with you that there's no regulators. So you can just, assist the people and manage their money. No one is managing you. Banking Association of South Africa and the Financial Services Authority is not even involved there. So when you just take people's money and advice and you give us guarantees. So please do your research in terms of, some regulations in the financial market, because you are going into a space where there's a lot of issues, there's a lot of scams, there's a lot of fraud, right? So please look at that, my brother, and avoid guarantees, So avoid guarantees, avoid saying there's nothing like, at least say, according to my own knowledge, right? This is what is actually happening, so that you can have a room for improvement, a room for guidance, a room for enlightenment. Work on your value proposition. Who are you really targeting, right? And be very clear in terms of the problem that you're solving, because we don't have such vehicles now. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mabule. Dr. Mpili, over to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. I got excited about fintech, because these are the challenges in the world. We're trying to find technology to solve our financial issues. But then I'm saying your presentation was actually nothing new. The technology exists. And even when you say in Africa, please refrain, as my colleague says, in Nigeria, they have something. I just forgot the name. They have something like this. So that's what I'm saying. There wasn't anything new. And also you added the soul by saying that you think it's new in Africa. So please go and do your research before you make those statements in these platforms or when you are pitching. The fact that you seem to be excited about that this is not regulated. And as you know, the world is moving toward trying to regulate this blockchain. Now, you use a strong word to say that, I think decentralized. Yes, cryptocurrency is decentralized. And you remember there's blockchain, there's cryptocurrency. And there can be a blockchain without cryptocurrency. But now when you talk about decentralized as an excitement, also it's your key catch-up phrase, then you are already diluting what you're pitching. So you've got something there. Just go and do your research in terms of the statement that you're going to utter. When you started, you make an example, and it was so unrelated to what you are actually going to be pitching. But you are in the right domain, but the domain that you are is a very volatile one. And I'm not sure when you're talking about a bank, so I got confused. You're talking about wanting to make a bank. You're having a bank. Is it a digital bank? And now you talk cryptocurrency. When you're talking about a bank, banks are regulated, monopolized, regulated. And whatever jurisdiction where the bank is going to be, you need to be regulated. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A huge round of applause for Block, ladies and gentlemen. We have come to the end of our pitching session. Really, for me, as a facilitator, I have to say that I am impressed that we have people that think out of the box, and they are so courageous that they can come in front and present to us what is it that they are doing in their spare time and what problems are they trying to solve in South Africa. I'm definitely saying that South Africa is in the right hands. But of course, thank you so much for Africa Beyond the Fourth Industrial Revolution and its supporters or other sponsors, because we wouldn't have gotten known, or we wouldn't have been introduced to these entrepreneurs, or rather innovative entrepreneurs that we have in our backyards. But of course, also thank you so much for offering yourself and pledging the support to ensure that you can take this business ideas, these small companies, and incubate them using your equipment and also your money as well, and your relationships and networks to ensure that we develop South Africa. I think together we can. So now I'm going to let our judges do, the counting of the scores. And while we do that, I am curious from the audience, because at 3:15, we must announce which company will be walking away with an 18-month business incubation program that comes with a team of 40 people, or rather, that comes with a team that has over 40 years of experience. And of course, a business development support, access to market space, access to pipelines and finding. Before we do that, I need a round of applause for each companies that I'm going to, say. I'm just going to mention a company name. I just want to gauge, and I promise you, how you respond has got no influence on the judges. They've already, tallied their score. They already know who won. But a huge round of applause, or let me rather not say a huge, a round of applause for Binary Beat Technologies. How did you guys think that the Binary Beat Technologies did? A bit lukewarm. All right, moving right along. Reality Mirror didn't present today. IHB Corp, it was represented by Mr. Letlhogolo Mpande. How did they do for you? I'd say it's a tie. Then we have a Swift Learning Academy by Mr. Lisianzani. Okay. Ms. Mufokeng is telling me that I need to remind you that even if you can clap for 5 minutes, they're not going to be persuaded. The judge's decision is final, unfortunately. And then another round of applause for Block. How did you guys think they did? If I was the judge, I think there's a clear winner, and then there's a second runner-up, and then there's a tie. If I was the judge. Unfortunately, mine is just to talk and also ensure that the conversation is facilitated well. Mr. Timekeeper, is it 5:15, or do we need somebody to come make us laugh a bit? Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. It looks like I do have now the opportunity and the responsibility to. Are you guys done? Is it not? Okay, they're not done. I think it's a very difficult one. Let's give them 1 more minute summary, and then they will be done.
Okay. Aba fetsa ho announce winner no. Le aja. And then ngwaneso di taxi di a fela. Ha le fetsa fela ho ja. Le khanetse la itlheka one by one. Re tla kopana go stop signing. Ba kopana ka so for now are fe jaji tsa rona nako. Batho ba go se busy thuba ka bona ba tsamaile. Serious? How long interview mo sinna? How about what are your thoughts? Next. Was legio. Na the run ba toro gonna summary your thoughts. Now we are helping young stars, as a CEO, I thought, bring them here. It's a tough things to do, but you know what I mean? Look at them, they are here now. I'm proud. SRC, why don't also go about Batsama? Baleba go SABC2. They got our trend up in. They got a crash again on TV. Gunjani magunje. Lauren Gassi anywhere. King A. Araja, no guys. Ask our Molen Treva and fella. Sorry, Kimang, a win name. So, once fella by it's a fella. I see. Going to a highly it's in there, but you have a good old fella. Extra land. O re ntho ya- letswalo le yona ntho e like ya ho phuthulla. Over gift already. Wa e hena. O ba tseba ko mara ba start. Imagine ntho That's why. I want to take in Yalan. Kupam Jima mphe matla. I'm mphe matla. This guy shopping, I can't. Shopping. Le motho wa mme. Ke bona ka motswadi wa ka mama. Because ke mme wa ka I can't say no. Mama. O tla thola koloi never. No. Just say ya tshwana tse.
Let's see. Binary number 2.
Injwang ke bone, ke bone.
Yes, you'll get them.
Lona le hana ko butchereng di pieces.
Number 1 is this one.
Nka tshwere re tsamaye. O go jo. Awa sinna ke ena ke ole kwa. Wa ngithathala. Asinna. Ai shapo. Batara ne batho ba ntate re jwang. Ha re ya shopong, we know what we want. Like just take it as kiss. Steaky. When I want jaja, I want no more sex net. No, like I hardly do shopping in my life. If you get shopping once in a while, and again, so but and mate, too. When I'm at Corona, at shopping like therapy. When I'm to live in a shop, about auto contest. Meti. Le chapeau camera.
Am I audible?
Okay,
because
audible.
We are now, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your patience. I understand that Aliso Jilanje Askisi, I didn't know. I came here at 2. I thought everybody had eaten. But now we are officially at the end of our pitching session. I have got the results with me. For the last time, let me remind you whom the company that has been voted by our judges will get to enjoy. The Digital Youth Festival pitching session will provide the selected startups an opportunity to make an elevator pitch where the winners, or rather the winner, will be afforded an opportunity to form part of the Africa Beyond the 4th Industrial Revolution cohort of startups. The winner will get free access to the following programs. It is an 18-month business incubation program with a team that has over 40 years of experience combined. Also, they will have access to business development support, and that includes guidance, training tools, including workshops, 360 growth will assessment, financial and project management. The winner will also have got access to infrastructure, and I'm talking about the boardroom facilities. We've got a formal office space, we've got a hot desk spacing, and we have got free fiber connectivity. I mean, with internet so expensive, I would want to be the company that wins this afternoon. We will also have got the access to a network of local and international public and private sector partnerships, access to small enterprise development agency, which is the CEDA, the local branch for SMME development services. They will also have got coaching and mentorship support. They will have access to market space for prototype development. They'll also have got access to markets and pipelines, access to funding, and also network opportunities. A huge round of applause for this program. Now, I'm going to start at the end. Let me rather, I didn't want to say at the bottom because nobody's at the bottom. The 4 companies that presented here have really done amazing according to me. But then we've got the 4th runner-up. It goes to IHB Corp. A round of applause for them. And the judges have decided that at number 3, I need to make sure that I don't pull a Steve Harvey, guys. Now my results are all over. At number 3, we've got a block. A round of applause for them. So now it is between Swift Learning Academy and Binary Bit Technologies. The winner of the 2020 AB 2022. I was about to say that. Let me get straight to the winner. The winner for this evening pitching session goes to. Oh yes, yes, we can do that. So
kopa
can
ba
we
le
have
ba-
IBH and
IBH
block on stage to collect their thank you gifts as well.
Block on stage. Ngiyadlala, block on stage. Lona le judgmental.
The last one is IHB. So maybe I can have IHB and then you can give it to them. Okay, IHB. A round of applause for IHB. Take all those lessons and incorporate them, okay? Cool. A huge round of applause for IHB, guys. Thank you so much for your courageous spirit. At number 3, I did say we've got Block. Thank you so much, sir. Is it one? This one. Okay, there we go. A huge congratulations to our third runner-up. You are in the top 3, so you are a winner as well. Yeah, just take those lessons and incorporate them into your business, all right? Right now, the moment that we have all been waiting for, I did say it is between Swift Learning Academy and Binary Beats Tech. And our judges has decided that the winner of a 2022 Digital Youth Festival hosted Motswani South College is Swift Learning Academy. And as 300,000 of wealth incubation. That is our winner. Shift Learning Academy.
That's all. Rie. Yasarisha tewalo. Rie.
All right, let's reserve some of those round of applause for Binary Bits Technology, the second runner-up for this afternoon. Congratulations. So please, we do have a prize for them, don't we? Okay,
Yeah, we
please,
do.
Please come on stage and get your prize. Thank you, pleasure.
Lawyer. He who doesn't say straight, lawyers.
Congratulations. Congratulations. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your time. Let me take this opportunity as well to thank Ms. Dudu Mufukeni, Mr. Mighty, Raleboha, Dr. Ampili. Thank you so much for your dedication, for your support for this, and also for helping us choosing a clear winner. All right, Mudimu Akalisrelete, may you drive safely. This is my cue to say thank you so much as well for the opportunity granted, Mr. Klebrile and the team, for making me the facilitator to facilitate this important event this afternoon. From me, Dedrick Selemane, you can catch me live on Karankua FM every single day between 6 and 7 p.m. If you are not within, thank you. If you're not within the Pretoria vicinity, you can catch us on www.karankwefm.com. I'm sorry, I had to do that. Thank you so much. Oh yes, it is a wawawa.karankwefm.com. Weekdays between 6 and 7 p.m. Exclusive talk.
Round of applause, please, for DDK. Thank you. And a token of appreciation from AB4R to all our facilitators. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, my friend. And our mentor, Dr. Mapule. And our family friends.
Okay,
Some people become furniture. The next day, they will take. We've adopted you. I don't think it's done. Yes, it's done. Thank you. Thank you so much. Round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
And of course, we would like to thank the facilitators for the day. Our program director, sit, Bubu, sit. Good dog. Kikupala facilitators start now for the day that made us look good. Our very own. Kikupala di internet naman. Arjen son hebatong. Oh, a day late. Thank you. And thank you. And let's take a picture. Somebody else. Round of applause, please. Well done. Thank you, and thank you. What did you do? Everybody, please welcome Summary. Oh. You'd like to thank your mom and you speech.
The thing is, so I hear it often, but
oh, guys, you have no idea. Like I keep saying this, those that came for DYF last year, he was a default. Marlamon and Alwan default. It was an actual default. He was filling in for someone, and I've never been so excited to ever fill in. As it stands now, we have an agreement. Lena, he's our brand ambassador. He wears our, and he does such beautiful work. Like it's been a while since I've met somebody so passionate about this space. I think a lot of people take this for granted. TV, awards, and therefore important. Summary is one of those. It's one of those that are so relatable. I was so fit, and I hope I will fit. Because at the end of the day, right? I've been saying my new mantra. When we get to that table that the Lord has prepared for us, because we're great like that, may we remember not to forget how we got there, how we struggled, how somebody didn't want to help us. May we keep remembering to be humble and help others, because it is important to lift as you rise. And I'm very proud of you. So Shem Eric pretend prepare to something. Thank you. Wasn't he awesome? Okay, over the last video.
no. Ke nnete bana beso, if o sebetsa ka thata and o believe hore spane sa o sena le value, someone is watching you. So Linda today, setse ke na le hae, so ke gona ho ja kgwedi ya e fela. And so what I can tell you, gore, work on yourself. Even if also to sponsor, work on yourself. Like him now, 7 years later, I'm doing well now. Thank you.
Awesome. And then last but not least, the people behind the magic. Guys, I've got the most awesomest team in the world. AB4R team is a magic team. Ke kopela ba tlang- le tlang ba tlo le bona. I don't think ba le itse. AB4R team, all of you, please come here. Now all I do is wear the CEO cap. Cannot claim a fella or I do the things. Mara, these are the people that makes the magic. Hey, go to. I don't choose. Uncles, go look. I saw one. She's a short. Uncles, go look. Okay. Tony Key. Okay. So, Renali, this is the AB4R team. This is the team that makes the pots. We also have the interns. So as you grow, you must make room for others to learn. So, Ebile nke bo feel it very.
Aside from the team.
Oh, Mudim. So, you never, what opportunity must you seven this? But how about telling we don't get an opportunity to do this to them? Renali interns, ke kopela o te Andre Tuesday intern.
Hi everyone.
I'm shy. My name is Shy.
Okay, I am Amukelang Mulapiani. It's not. It's not. It's yes. Okay, so I came here as being part of the Drone Divas. Next, I say anything about drones, but today, honey. So I'm into IT and finance. I'm an intern called WWITIQ. And hopefully in 6 months' time, I will be a holder, drone license. I'll be having an RPL soon. Yeah.
Hi guys. Kidna later, the second intern, and bye.
Excuse me. Number two.
I studied engineering and I hope to become a part-time member of the team.
How did you get here?
I got here by drones. Okay, there was an application I did drones, and then that's how I became part of the AB4IR team. Thank you.
Hello, guys. I'm Tuli. I'm also an intern more AB4IR. I got here because of Amohela Mugomezulu. If it wasn't for her, I wouldn't be here. And I thank her for this opportunity today to be part of this amazing team. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Madire Moepia. I am currently studying cost and management accounting with University of Technology. So I want to thank Linda Kitileka Amu Ngomezulu. But honestly, I would like to thank. I would also like to thank Kilewihile Miss K. Retene ka mo ba mmitsa Miss K, so we had to join. But I want to thank Miss K for this wonderful opportunity. Ho stressful ho nna hae ho sa itse hore opportunity e nngwe e tla tla kae ba re e tla tlo thusa ka something mola le mola. So we thank Miss Kile why re empower as community Mabopane. So we are really grateful for this opportunity, and thank you to the whole team, Bari includile, throughout this event. We hope to have much more fun, Lebona. So thank you so much, ma'am.
Guys, I just want to say thank you. If you join the programs that we have here, I can almost certainly guarantee you that you'll be like me in this spotlight because it's very bright, your future.
we walk our talk. We really don't just say it for the sake of saying it. Oh, and give ma Grace Awarona, the chief hygiene specialist. Ke kgopela ate introduce Elena.
Dumelang bana ba ka. Le kae? Le teng. Ke itumeletse ho ba le lena. Ka mokgwa ke leng ka teng, ke ile ka rata gore ke berekisane le bana ba ka. Ene ke lebohile thata, ne ke sa leboga Modimo a bless ngwana wa ka o ile a ntsha mo mathateng a nne ke le mona. Ke a leboga.
Nike. But thank you guys, and I'd like to thank the partners Sarona as well. Dr. Mpidi, we appreciate your partnership and support all day, every day. We are so excited by the WNR CETA program that we are running just now. I did mention Horura IT systems development with WNR CETA. In absentia, Mayor CETA, we did a training Lebanon 3 months ago, IT systems development. What we try to do is also to link up with various organizations, or not trainer for the sake of training. So it becomes a pipeline. You either go through training, become an entrepreneur, or go through training and be placed as an intern, and you'd work your part and you could be employed full time. Some of the drone divas that we've placed in various organizations have already been absorbed. It's only been 2 months, Baba Filedi full-time jobs, you know? We do our part, but we expect that you must play your part as well. We meet each other halfway. Business incubation is not about us doing the work for you. It's us supporting you. You must tell us where you want to go. It's like coaching. With coaching, it's as simple as you say you want to get to town, but are we how to get there? We are that taxi that will take you to town. So I thank you guys. There's food available, Kamala. Hopefully you stay around and what's wrong with that? Then people can be able to interact with virtual reality and have fun. But next, until we meet next year, thank you. Thank you to those of you that traveled from KZN, like seriously to be here. Honestly, yeah. Happy Youth Month. Let it count, guys. Everybody must be the change they want to see. Thank you.
Amen.
Amanda.
Dar.